Procedural notes. This meeting will be held electronically as per section 19(1) of the town's procedural bylaw number 6228-19 as amended due to the COVID-19 situation. Council, could I get a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Gallo, Councillor Kim, any comments or questions? Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Gilliland, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson? I'm not sure. It doesn't show you on mute.
You want to say it again, Council?
Yes.
Now we hear you. Thank you.
Councillor Humphreys is absent. Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gartner is absent, and Councillor Gallo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. I know Councillor Humphreys does have, but I'll ask her when she gets on. She's not on right now. Community presentations, we don't have any. Delegations, Mr. Clerk, I believe we have none. Just want to confirm.
To you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you. Council, we will move to consent agenda items. Any of those items, anyone want to ask a question or pull one of those items off the consent agenda? If not, I'll ask for a motion to approve consent agenda, which includes 6.1 to 6.5. Someone like to move that? Councillor Kim, Councillor Gilliland. Call the vote.
Record vote for the items on this evening's consent agenda. Councillor Gallo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Humphreys is absent. Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
And Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
And Councillor Gartner is absent. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council will move to standing committee reports. Would anyone like to pull any of the items from the standing committee reports? That's for the full section number 7. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. Item 717, 721. Sorry, 724.
Thank you.
And items 8 are for discussion, correct?
Yes. Anyone else? Councillor Thompson? Councillor Thompson?
727.
Okay.
And 726.
Okay. Anything else, Councilor? Anyone else? Councilor Gallo?
Lily, send us
729, please.
Okay. Anything else? No. Councilor Gardner, did you want to pull anything from standing committee reports? Can't hear you, Councilor Gardner, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 8.3, 8.4, and 8.6.
8.4, 8.6. Which ones are those on the standing, on the 7s?
I'm sorry. So it's 7 point, I guess it's 7.2.3 and 6. It's the first one is the communications policy. Sorry. The Ivy and the
So charging station one's been pulled by Council
Okay,
Gal.
thank you, the communications,
That's been,
and
that's been pulled.
that's
by-
been pulled, that's great. And the other one is on the water meters, please.
The water meter has been pulled as well.
Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of static here. Okay,
Is that all? Okay. Mr. Clerk, I know Councilor Humphries was gonna have, but if she's not here, do we need to separate, we don't need to separate them? Okay.
No.
All right, so we'll just leave those fire ones on there. No one needs, we don't need to pull them because Councilor Humphries is not here at this moment. So Council, can I get a motion to approve all items excluding 7.1.3, 7.1.3, 7.1.7, 7.2.4, 7.2.6, 7.2.7, 7.2.9. Someone like to move that? Councilor Ken?
Sorry,
Mr. Gallo?
Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
go ahead. Yep.
Did we get 7.16?
No, so we don't need to pull that because we have the
8 point-
item. Yeah. we have-
8.2?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we don't need to pull that. That's fine. So I got Councilor Kim moving all items minus the ones that we've excluded for discussion. So Councilor Kim's moved that, seconded. Councilor Gardner, thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for the items not pulled for further discussion on tonight's standing committee reports. Councilor Humphries is absent. Councilor Kim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilor Gallo?
Yes.
Councilor Gilliland?
Yes.
Mayor Maracus?
Yes.
And Councilor Gardner.
yes,
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council, we will move into items for discussion. Before we do that, just want to remind council, we've had some extensive debates on all of these items, except for the ones, except for 8.1, which we will get to right now. Just want to remind all of council as part of our procedural bylaw, we shouldn't repeat ourselves. If it's found that we're getting basically just rehashing the exact same conversation that we already had, I will stop the conversation. So let's move to 8.1. This one was referred from general committee, so we're going to start with this one. This is the Aurora Sports Dome financing permit fees, reserve account and capital works. The recommendation is 1, that report number CMS 21-016 be received. 2, that a permit fee structure as presented be approved. 3, that a new Aurora Sports Dome Reserve Fund be created. 4, that capital project number 72460 Aurora Sports Dome retrofit be approved. 5, that the total budget authority of $600,000 be approved for capital project number 72460 to be funded through long-term financing to be repaid through future dome operating revenues. 6, that 1.6 million in long-term debt authority for the financing of the Aurora Sports Dome's purchase and retrofit in the form of a 15-year debenture be issued. 7, that a bylaw be enacted in regard to the long-term financing of the Aurora Sports Dome acquisition and retrofit projects at a future council meeting. And 8, that a bylaw be enacted to repeal bylaw number 6036-17, being a bylaw to exempt the Aurora Sports Dome from taxes. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Moved by Councilor Humphries, seconded by Councilor Thompson. Comments or questions on this item? Councilor Gardner.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's a question I had at the earlier meeting, but it wasn't closed. So could staff please comment? I think a lot of everybody's concerned about COVID. So how did COVID fit into this planning? And what is the plan for changes perhaps in compensation? Should we not be able to open in the summer?
Mr. Furman. I believe you're.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We accounted for COVID insofar as have only projected approximately 40% revenue for this year, knowing that based on current provincial orders and most recent provincial orders, once we return to orange zone, we would be able to open the dome on a limited basis and start receiving some revenues.
Counselor?
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor, follow up. So have we figured that into what's before us in the report?
Mr. Furman?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Counselor?
And thank you, follow up again. And what happens if we're not able to open up indoors in the summer and maybe even the fall? What effect would that have on our numbers, and how would we work around that?
Mr. Furman?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's hard to be specific, of course, not knowing exactly what will happen. But if we're not able to open, obviously we would not receive the revenue, of course, but we would also have limited operating expenses. We would not have to incur salary expenses. We would still incur utility expenses and some mechanical servicing expenses, but our overall operating expenses would be significantly reduced and could be recovered through future year revenues.
Counselor?
Thank you. And the next question is with respect to, in quotes, the clubhouse. I was a little confused about that in the beginning. I don't think we're going to be building a clubhouse for the group. I think the idea, and it's fair, is that a lot of our other groups do have a place in our different facilities for offices. So this would be an office component.
Point of order.
Yes.
Counselor Gallo?
I think we're going
Sorry.
into an area that we shouldn't be going into, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and I
It's a-
appreciate that, Counselor Gallo. I'm gonna, Counselor Garner, you are slightly going towards something that we shouldn't really be discussing. At this
I don't know how to correct what I've just said. So I'll just say that I think the agreement provides fairness.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anything else, Counselor?
For me, no.
Thank you. Counselor Thompson?
Thank you. Through to Mr. Furman. Mr. Furman, part of the immediate work that needs to be done is the replacement of the artificial turf. Given that we're currently in a state of lockdown sort of situation, is the sense to replace the turf right away, or are we going to wait until a slower period of time later in the year?
Mr. Furman?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the plan would be to replace the turf next summer. We wouldn't have sufficient time now to replace it prior to an anticipated opening in preparation for the peak season, which typically starts in October. So we would plan to replace the turf during the slower season, which begins April, May next year.
Counselor?
Then is the reason why we're approving the project now, even though it's going to be scheduled for next year, is because it's tied into the debt financing authority?
Counselor, can I just remind you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Furman?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Counselor?
Thank you. The only other question really I had was similar to Councillor Gardner's. When I looked at the projected expenses and revenue, I didn't know whether we were just forecasting for 6 months out of the year, but Mr. Furman clarified that they just took it at a 40% of previous years. So that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gilliland?
Thank you. I had the exact same question about the turf, so that was answered. So I guess my only comment is thank you for having the opportunity to defer this till today, because I probably wouldn't have remembered my questions last week by the time that we had gotten to this item. So I have comfort in knowing that there's going to be a delay in the turf and all the other things that were mentioned. So thank you.
Do you have any other comments or questions? All vote, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for item 8.1 on this evening's agenda. Mayor Maracus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Humphries,
Yes.
Councillor Gardner,
yes,
Councillor Gilliland,
Yes.
Councillor Gallo,
Yes.
Councillor Kim,
Yes.
and Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council, we will move now back to 7.1.7, which is traffic calming measures within the one-way section of Center Street. And Councilor Gilliland, you pulled this one. Let me just pull up that recommendation. There it is. So it was recommended on general committee that report number PDS 21-045 be received. 2, that the installation of speed cushions for traffic calming purposes. Oh, sorry. No, that is carried as amended. That the installation of speed cushions for traffic calming purposes on Center Street between Spruce Street and Wells Street be approved. 3, that the installation of speed cushions be funded by capital project number 34519, traffic calming. Did you want to move that, Councilor Bailey? No?
On the floor to receive.
All right. Oh, someone like a second to receive it? Councilor Gardner. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilor Gilliland. Councilor Humphries, I'll get to you. Councilor Gilliland, go ahead.
Thank you. Just some quick comments for the public. We had asked staff to go back and do a survey of some of the residents on Center Street to ask their opinion and get some feedback as to whether or not the speed cushions would be a good solution to the issue at hand, which is drivers are driving the wrong way on the one-way street through a small section of the street. And staff was able to come back and get some results. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Waters, if you could share with the public a little bit about the results that came back, that would be helpful.
Mr. Waters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, as Councilor Gilliland has described, we undertook a survey in the area of Center Street, including Center Street itself. We went out to Catherine, Wellington, Walton Drive, and Spruce Street as the boundary. We hand delivered 97 surveys to those residences. And we asked 2 questions. Question 1 was, in your opinion, are there any operational issues with the one-way section of Center Street? And question number 2 was, will the implementation of traffic calming measures address the operational issues that we've identified in question number 1? So we had a response rate overall of about 38 out of the 97 surveys. And it appears that the residents do have issues with the operational, or sort of the one-way operation of the Center Street in terms of impacts with drivers going the wrong way. And in terms of Center Street itself, of the, see here, of the 38 surveys that were delivered to the residences, we received 9 responses, which is about a 24% response rate. And the split between, speed cushions, yes, and speed cushions, no, was about 5 for speed cushions and 4 against. So it's about a little over 50% in terms of those residents who felt that speed cushions would solve the operational issues with people going the wrong way on Center Street.
Hey, Councilor.
Thank you. I really appreciate you guys were able to put this together so quickly. Question 1, question 2. Question 2 being, is this going to solve the problem? Within the area, 35% felt it was not going to solve the problem, and 65%, 35 said it was going to, 65% said it was not. And then when I do the assessment on that small little tiny part of Center Street, there was 9 residents in that spot, 100% that had participated. 5 said, yes, this will solve the problem. 4 said, no, this will not solve the problem. So again, I think what my concern was, is this actually going to solve the problem, which is of people going the wrong way down the street on a one-way street? And, I look at this, my assessment of saying, no, we're just going to, make them, say it's okay to drive down this wrong way street slower. And so I just looking at those results, I'm just not convinced that we're going to solve this problem. I feel like they're going to come back and say this is still happening. They may be going a little bit slower, or maybe they'll be driving down the middle and just, gunning it that way. I don't know. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Waters, is there a specific percentage of people on a survey that would constitute moving forward with, like, do we have a policy in place that would say this would move forward based on a majority? Is there a certain threshold of what that would mean? Is it 50 above? Is it 60? Is it 70? If you could clarify that, that would be great.
Mr. Waters?
For you, Mr. Mayor, typically we look for a response rate of around 25% when we do a survey. This is a very small sample size, as you can appreciate. So, as you have said, there's not an overwhelming sort of support for the speed cushions, but people who recognize it as a potential solution.
Councillor?
Thank you. So there is no specific guideline that tells us that we need to have a certain percentage to agree to installing traffic calming measures, or is there not?
Mr. Waters?
For you, Mr. Mayor, as the GC report had noted, it didn't meet the warrants. So we recommended against it, but we recognize that, there's a problem with people going the wrong way. So the speed bumps are an attempt to slow the traffic down. If you decide to go the wrong way, we can't, it's impossible to stop people going the wrong way. But it does slow them down. So we recommended that there wasn't, two things. One, that the traffic patterns are still based on COVID. And second of all, we recommended to wait until we get back to more normal traffic patterns in the area, and then do the traffic warrant analysis to see if it supports the traffic calming measures.
Councillor?
Thank you. Okay, so I guess there is no specific policy. I appreciate waiting until it's back to normal. If that's what staff wants to do, I'm personally not convinced that this is the solution. I really want the solution to be fixed, but I just feel like we're putting a Band-Aid on something. And as I said before, I just, perhaps the original idea of being one way in this area just was not the right decision back then. And, now we need to look at it differently. So for me, I'm not in support of what's being presented. I would rather receive for information or refer back to staff. But I'll let my other council members chime in and share their thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. We've been talking about this for 2 years. There's nothing this is not going to fit a traffic warrant. We did this 2 years ago. Even with traffic, with COVID traffic coming back, it's going to fail. It's a tiny little stretch, and it's people who break the law. So the only solution is nothing, and you can't change this one-way thing. There's a really huge impact to remove that and do it a two-way again. And you can ask all the people in the northeast section of Heritage. There's a real reason for this, and it's to deter people from making a left turn at that Center Street versus Wellington. The whole thing is to deter people from going through there instead of going to Yonge and Wellington. Everybody wants to avoid Yonge and Wellington, and that was the shortcut, and it really caused havoc. So for me, this is a very unique area, guys. You could say, no, it's not worth it and leave it alone. It's up to you. But I come here pleading to you guys because we've tried everything. We've had police, we've had signage, we've had people try to stop people going the wrong way. It's human nature to try to take a shortcut. So what you do is you try to deter them by making it harder for them to go fast, because they don't go slow here on a one-way street. They don't want to get caught. So they go fast. So speed hump, whether it's good or not on a regular street that is a two-way, it's going to stop someone considerably from going fast and bottoming them out on their car. So I honestly, I'm really disappointed this is just to receive. I was trying to hit point of order. I want this to be the staff recommendation. I didn't want this just to be received. So I'm pretty disappointed. We took a huge step back here, guys. And if there's no other, ways to traffic calm this and to make it safe for these people, then I don't know, if there's maybe blocking the whole road, making it like you can't go at all. That's fine. Just ask the traffic, the fire department. I just feel that I'm really disappointed. I can't tell you. We've talked about this for 2 years. And to be honest with you, I want to go back to the original staff report and put that on the table. I don't want this just to receive. We came so far.
You can put it in if you'd like, but I'll wait till I hear from everyone else before I.
Okay. And the only thing I want to say is, first of all, I want to thank staff. It was a huge turnaround. We asked them to do it. And yeah, it's not a great feedback. It's just a small little pocket. We're talking 4 driveways, and 8 houses, and they're the ones that are going to get injured. And they're the only ones that provided solid. Did you see the ones that lived on that street? They absolutely want something. They're the ones who it's severely impacted. The ones around, yeah, what is it? We don't know. And I guess you're not taking my word for it, but I was there when a car went past and I thought I was going to get hit by that truck because I was falsely securely believing it's a one-way street. It's not going to come. And he did. And I jumped back and, one of our staff members was there. So again, if you don't want to believe the neighbors, then don't. I'm really disappointed. I'm telling you guys right now, if this doesn't go tonight, that's fine. I mean, I'm just trying to help residents.
Councilor, I got a point of order.
What?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
I got a point of order.
For what?
That's what I'm trying to find out, Councilor. One sec. Councilor Ken?
Actually, it wasn't a point of order. I just wanted to talk after Councillor.
Oh, there. Thank you.
You did the point of order. Clap hands. So.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Clap hands. All right. No. Anyways, guys. Again, it's a very. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little bit heated because I've talked about this. This has been a huge, long process. I'm representing a few neighbors, just a few, a tiny pocket. And they know what it's like to live there. And obviously I'm not doing a good enough job explaining what they're going through. And I'm sorry for that. I apologize to the neighborhood. I apologize to the neighbors if this doesn't happen tonight. If we're going to go back to a two-way street, it'll be a disaster again. I think some of us who've been here know why it's only a one-way street. So let's really have the chambers open if they're ready to come in and we can do this the regular way. Let's do it. But I'm just trying to say, I want to help this small neighborhood, this small area, and putting a speed hump. It's not hugely expensive, and it will deter. Look, it's human. Like, you want to take a shortcut, you got to go quick. You're going to get caught. If it's going to make you go slow, you're going to think twice. And yes, you can't stop everybody, unless you make it a dead end or no one can go in there. Sorry for my heated, sort of push, but I just feel like I'm letting the neighbors down if this doesn't go tonight.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Waters. How much approximately would these speed cushions cost?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, approximately $15,000 to $20,000. I believe there are 3 sets of cushions.
Councilor Kim?
Thank you. And are there different types of speed cushions with respect to height? Because I think the issue is, one of the comments made in GC was that these speed cushions are ineffective because they're so low to the ground that it doesn't really deter speeding. But do we have control over how high the speed cushion can be, or can we get a higher speed cushion if we go that route? Mr.
Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not an expert on speed cushions, but I'll try my best, sir. They are a certain height. They're not like the old kind, which were higher. My understanding is that they're a certain height, and they're not right across the road to enable the fire or emergency vehicles to basically run one set of wheels in between. But I'm not aware of certain heights of speed cushions, to be honest with you.
Councilor?
Is there any way to, well, I guess we're making a decision tonight, so I guess we're not going to have the time to inquire of staff to whether we do have control over the height. I think that's all for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There really is no good solution to this problem. As Councillor Humphrey says, it's an anomaly. We'll probably never come up against this again. With respect to the speed humps, are they also not entirely across the road?
Three separate.
But fire said the fire department said that the speed, oh, wait a second, the speed bumps. The fire department said that the speed bumps were not acceptable.
The one continuous one is not as per their standards because they need to access it with their wheelbase to be able to get through at a certain speed without damaging the fire truck.
So the speed hump is the lower one. Could
Right.
we put in the speed bump and it's not continuous so that the fire can maneuver around it?
It's my understanding is what would go in is speed, they're speed cushions, but they're three separate ones to allow for the wheelbase of the fire truck to go through. Mr.
Okay, but
Water, you want to confirm that?
You're correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Gardner?
I'm still not clear. So the speed humps, the speed bumps, which are the higher ones, would be okay with the fire department if it's not continuous.
So whether you want to call it a speed bump, a speed cushion, a speed hump, they need to be three separate ones to allow for the wheelbase to go through. That is as per the
Okay.
vehicle recommendations. The old ones that we used to do were one continuous one. Those are the ones that emergency services prefer that we do not use in any circumstance.
Thank you. And we have the pricing on the lower of the two options. Do we also have the pricing on the higher ones?
So, Councilor Gardner, maybe I'm misinterpreting. When you say lower, higher, what are you?
Well,
Yeah.
and I think one of the comments, I think we got a comment from a resident, there's the low ones that are like speed cushions. They don't really do much. And then there's a higher version that we used to use that might be more effective in slowing down speeders. So I'm trying to get clarification if fire would allow those higher ones if they're not continuous.
Mr. Waters, I'm assuming the answer is as long as their wheelbase can buy it, they're okay with it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm only aware of the speed cushions that are used today, which are the lower ones with the separation in the middle. Operations actually installs the speed humps in the town. So I'm going to call on Mr. Downey. Hopefully he has more knowledge on this subject than I do.
Mr. Downey? Do you want to get in on this conversation, exciting conversation about speed bumps? Mr. Downey?
Guess not.
Apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, so did you, basically, if you can kind of educate maybe some of council with what speed, the difference between speed bumps, speed cushions, the height difference in some of them?
So, Mr. Mayor, the difference between the humps and the bumps is the hump does not allow for the tires to go through the speed device without going over the hump. So we prefer to have the bumps as opposed to the humps because you actually have to slow right down. All vehicles need to. Whereas we can avoid those with the width of the tractor, with width of the truck to go through without being impacted by those humps.
Counselor?
And a follow-up, Mr. Downey, I believe the fire department has said that they would only allow one of those two modes of slowing traffic. And it is the speed cushions, we're calling them different things, but that is the lower non-continuous speed cushions.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know that the fire department actually has the ability to say yes or no. I think they have a preference, as do we. So we would prefer that you do the bumps as opposed to the humps, but if council approves the humps, I believe there are humps on Kennedy. So it's not that they can't be approved, they can be. However, if we had a preference, it would be the bumps.
Counselor?
Do you have any idea what the difference in height is between the bumps and the humps?
Through Mr. Mayor, there's really is not the difference in height. It's the fact that there is an ability for those tires to go through there unimpeded, and therefore it doesn't slow down emergency vehicles, and it doesn't impede our road maintenance vehicles.
Counselor?
You know, Mr. Mayor, this is really an important issue, but this terminology, and it's trying to keep it straight, maybe for some people listening, it doesn't lend to the seriousness of this. I think we have to do the best that we can. And I think the speed cushions really don't do much. They might slow down a little. So I wouldn't be voting for them. I would be voting for something a little more persuasive. I don't know how Councillor Humphreys and the rest of council feels about this. I don't know what Councillor Humphreys envisioned to put on the road. And also, are these, if we install these, I'm not sure if we install them both, can they be reused? Or once they're fixed, that's it?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're talking about asphalt devices. So no, once they're in, the only way of removing is to cut them out and repave that area.
Counselor?
Thank you for permitting me to ask so many questions. Mr. Mayor, you know, the elephant in the room is that they're going to be doing some work on Center Street with respect to transit. So do we know when that's going to be happening? As one resident said, maybe this whole problem will go away once they block off Center Street, which I believe is the intention. Do we know when that's happening?
No.
Nope.
I don't know that they're looking to block off Center Street. That's news, I think, to all of us standing here, but okay. Mr. Downey, do we have any, and I don't believe we have an exact time frame. I know that they've been moving the project, the timeline hasn't been a solid timeline, but Mr. Downey, do you have any new information for us?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that is not our project. That's development engineering. So it's not an operation project. Perhaps David has a better idea of the timing.
Mr. Waters, do you have a better idea of the timing? From
Through you,
Metro?
Mr. Mayor, is the council inquiring about the grade separation at Wellington and the tracks? Yes, I think that's post 2022. And my understanding is they'll be using Center Street as a bypass road while the construction is on.
Oh.
Yes, Councillor, and my understanding from that is the bypass would just be to Walton.
Would just be?
To Walton. And then you'd come back out to Walton onto Wellington again. And so therefore you wouldn't be accessing this part of Corner Street that we're discussing.
Unless you wanted to.
Well, unless you want, yeah, obviously if you want to go straight. But.
Okay, my comment is, this is a safety issue for some of our residents, and we should try to do the best for them. I've tried something in the past. Councillor Humphreys is hot trying again. I think we have to do it.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. You know, as Councillor Gardner said, I mean, it's, you know, we deal with these traffic calming measures in lots of different areas in the town, and it usually comes down to safety first. But none of them have solved the problems. I mean, we still see speeding on Kennedy and Mavernack and Conover and elsewhere, but it helps to mitigate the issue and it helps to lessen the severity of it, but it will never solve it. And so I think that we have the same situation here. We're looking for the perfect response to it. And I don't know if there is a perfect solution, but at least the proposal, if we go with the recommendation that was put forward at GC, will help mitigate it a little bit, and it will lessen the severity of it and improve the safety of the area. It won't solve it, that's for sure. You'll still have people that do that. But, you know, I would rather do something rather than nothing. I do have a question through you to Mr. Waters. Mr. Waters, in some areas of town around school zones, you know, we've you know, passed a bylaw to double fines or at least, you know, make it punitive should people speed in those kind of safety zones or community zones. Something we could look at for this stretch as well, so that if someone does choose to go the wrong way on the one way and gets caught, their fines are doubled, and or there's some sort of, you know, more severe punitive action for doing so.
Mr. Waters?
Through Mr. Mayor, I'd have to look into that for you, Councillor Thompson, whether we can actually do that. There's certain criteria for a community safety zone. I'm not sure this would qualify, but we can definitely look into that and see what we can do from a bylaw perspective.
No, I appreciate that. You know, I just think that, you know, we know that those people are doing it for the most part, they're doing it intentionally. And so why not double the fines and at least put another measure in place to perhaps, you know, have them think twice before they do it. But other than that, other than installing some sort of camera to catch them, you know, I don't know what else we could try to do, but, you know, I'm supportive of doing this as a means to try and mitigate the issue.
Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. I just want to share my perspective on this. I think, you know, there's definitely a need to do something. The communication with the residents, I think, doesn't overwhelmingly tell me that they want it. Even on that street, 5 yes, 4 no. But I'd be prepared to look past that. However, if we're going to put in the speed humps with the, you know, the 3, I just don't think that's solving the problem. I'd be more willing to move towards a speed hump, and you're really going to stop them. You're also going to affect the residents a little more, but you're really going to stop them. There's nobody that's going to go through there at that speed. It's just simply not worth it. And if they do, they're definitely going to create damage to their vehicles. I don't want to go halfway. If we're going to try to solve this, then let's solve this. Let's have a communication with fire and make sure they're well aware that there's 1 maybe instead of 2. I don't know the number, but maybe 1 will be sufficient for a short piece of road, and definitely slow them down. That would be my preference. Either find some other way, but to be honest, I go over those humps all the time, and, you know, mildly will they slow me down. I'll be honest. And I see others do the same. And I just don't think that's gonna deter them from doing this. They already know they're breaking the law. Getting a little bump while they're breaking the law isn't gonna stop them. I just don't believe it. My preference would be to put a full road, full across the road, and really stop them. But just understand that the impact is also to the residents going the opposite way.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I go to councils for a second time, I agree. I said this when we dealt with this was 2 years ago. You only have a certain amount of options available to you at this. One is remove the one-way, which the residents in the area don't want. The other one is putting up a block wall, so you don't allow anyone to enter into the area. That's not going to happen. And the other one is full-on enforcement, or, you know, and that can't happen. YRP cannot be there all the time. It's not going to happen. They can show up there every once in a while, but I mean, you know, not to minimize what's going on here, but YRP has bigger issues to deal with than to sit and catch people that are entering the wrong way into a one-way. I absolutely agree, and I think Mr. Waters, there are already 2 speed humps on Center Street, and they're the one continuous hump, are they not?
Through Mr. Mayor, I can't recall.
Well, I'm going to say yes. I was hoping that you would just get, I know you haven't been down
I
there.
agree with you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I've been there, Mr. Downey. I see you came on if you want to answer that. So
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, there are speed bumps on there, not humps. They don't go all across the road. There's actually a gap for the tires to go through on center.
oh, is there? Okay.
Yep.
I think it used to be a bump then. It used to be a bump.
Yeah, it used to be a bump, but it's not now. The only humps that I'm aware of now are on Kennedy.
Okay. And Mr. Waters, is it our prerogative as council? Can we choose to put the bump or the hump?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. I believe the recommendation that was in the GC report, the alternative recommendation was for the humps. I'm getting confused with the terminology. But the more restrictive ones are not in the recommendation. So if council wishes to go in that direction, pardon the pun, there are more, yes, we'll take your direction, sir.
Thank you. And so I agree. I prefer to put the one continuous one, and actually I put it right at the stop sign. I'd put it right at the stop sign and stop people from entering in. That's what I would do, but I'll leave it to everyone sitting around the table. Let you guys decide how we're going to move forward. So I will move second time. Councilor Gilliland.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Waters. When the region plans on redoing the intersection at Yonge and Wellington, I understand they will be widening it a bit with the right-hand turn. During that time, will the region also be installing a median like they are on all major intersections?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that's not my understanding. There's no median on Yonge Street. They're just going to realign the intersection, remove some parking so that they can have a left turn lane going eastbound, south going eastbound.
Councilor?
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to maybe get that confirmed just at the left-hand turning lane. I do believe there could be some other options. I want nothing more than this to be solved. Trust me, I do. I just look at the stats saying, 4 don't think this will solve, 5 do. That's a pretty strong opinion, almost like 50-50. As far as the speed hump, I agree. I think that would definitely slow things down, but would that change the way people would feel that they would vote as far as having that speed hump all the way across or not? Because by way of doing that, you are limiting the Central York Fire Services from traveling at certain times, which is why those changes were made to speed humps for that travel. And I would be curious to know if they knew that that was going to be a compromise in order to have this safety, that it could jeopardize the safety time of traveling from the Central York Fire Services or emergency services in general because of this speed hump that we are talking about all the way across. And that could actually change some people's opinions. I don't know what the answer is. I certainly wouldn't want to go against what is the best practice for Central York Fire as far as the 3 speed cushions with the central way. I do feel that there's got to be some sort of solution to this. I just feel like putting this 3-piece speed cushion, a couple years from now or a year from now, they could come back and we're still going to have the same problem. And then what do we do? And I think I asked through you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Waters, like, what is the solution after that? I didn't really get an answer, Mr. Water. I don't know if you had time to reflect or had any other advice, but I didn't really see that there was any other solution other than that.
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think there's been a lot of discussion tonight about potential solutions, and I think you can count them on one hand. I think the scenario we're looking at is, you're in an area where, it wasn't planned to accommodate as much traffic as there is now, and people try to find the shortest route possible to get to where they need to get to. And if you make it inconvenient for them, they'll find another route. So we only have so much we can do in terms of traffic calming. You already implemented, this is all based on a 2007 plan that was prepared for the town by Dillon Consulting, is my understanding, that looked at the area and recommended traffic calming measures. And I believe the one-way street was one of them. And they did an update, and there was additional recommendations implemented in terms of the bump outs and some signage. So I think, your next option really is the speed humps or speed bumps, whatever you want to call them. I mean, if the objective is to slow people down and make it very inconvenient for them, this will do that. But human nature is human nature. So at the end of the day, if they want to go one way on a wrong way street, they're going to do it anyways. You're just going to slow them down, which will satisfy from a safety perspective.
Counselor?
Thank you. Okay, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I feel like the counselor on the table is going to go for wants to investigate the entire hump all the way across, which I just wouldn't think would be in best practice. And the reason why I was asking questions about the region and the road is because currently we do have a no left-hand turning lane, and maybe one of the options is if it was one way all way and there was a median, for sure that would hinder anybody doing a left turn. We see it all over the place as far as the region redoing any of the intersections, that they're creating some bit of a barrier with the left-hand turn median and that little stretch. And it certainly would guarantee inhibiting anybody from making that left-hand turn, which could solve the problem right there. So you're expecting traffic to run that way. There's so many changes that are going on with Metrolinx and everything else. I just feel like there's still some time to kind of look at this in a way that might offer some other solutions. I want there to be a solution. I want to be safe for them. I'm just not 100% convinced that this is the best one.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Spargo, I just want to put out there before anyone kind of grabs onto what was said and says that there's going to be a medium in the middle of Yonge Street by Yonge and Wellington. Absolutely not. There will be no medium at Yonge and Wellington running along Yonge Street. It's not happening. Councilor Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all the feedback. And I totally understand. Like, I can totally appreciate different positions, and that this is probably not like the best solution, and it probably will not stop all the that's what we all want, but I certainly would love to slow traffic down, if anything. Just a quick comment in terms of why the speed hump, the continuous hump versus the little gaps for the fire trucks. It's really not for them to slow down. They slow down anyway. They have to, because that still causes them to go slow. What it does is doesn't affect their suspension as much. So the suspension gets wear and tear on the trucks. So they don't like the continuous bump because they get less of a bump, but they still got to slow down. They still have to kind of get the tires in there. So certainly isn't for safety or seconds count. The same seconds, same delay will occur, just less impact on the fire truck. What I'd love to do, and I'd love staff to confirm that, just don't take my word for it, but I've been really investigating this. So what would be really great if we could, like Mr. Mayor said, and Councillor Gallo, to have a continuous, significant, I think we all said it, Councillor Gardner as well, a continuous hump that will really deter traffic, and they see it right up front or wherever the best position is, would be fantastic. So if we can get that approval from fire just to say, look, we're doing one here and this is why, perfect. But what I'd love to do is if we could put the, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could put the motion back on the table as staff recommended. I know it started off as received, but I really would appreciate us to move forward this evening on this topic. And maybe we could ask staff to take a look at the type of calming measure, and could they say, look at fire, we're doing it here, very low, I'm sure very low in terms of where they go for their route on this street, to be aware that it's there, and when they have a call on that street, it's going to be a significant hump to the fire truck.
So, Councillor, you're asking for amendment to add the two other clauses that were.
Yeah, yes, if that's okay, if I can get a seconder for that.
Want to leave that as speed cushions, or do you want that as a speed hump?
I'd prefer a speed hump, and if staff come back with fire saying absolutely not, then that's a different story. But if we can get like the significant, because again, low traffic road for fire, it's not a main artery, it's not, they don't go there to go where they have to go, that maybe this will be acceptable to them. And if it is, that'll stop, like Councillor Gallagher, they're not going to go there, they're going to hurt their cars and trucks.
I have that amendment. So I have a seconder, Councillor Gardner. That's okay. Mr. Clerk, can you get that up on the screen for everyone, please? And that would be with the same two clauses that were in the recommendation, except for it would be speed hump, not speed cushion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can. Just to clarify, Councilor Humphries did say the staff recommendation, but this would be the GC recommendation.
Yes.
Speed,
The recommendation. Thank you.
perfect.
My
With
apologies,
speed
yes.
hump and not cushions. Perfect.
Yes,
Will do. Thank you.
if I can get that
Thank
up. Any comments or questions to the amendment?
Just, Mr. Mayor, just
Go ahead,
a
Councilor
comment. Thank you very much. And I think if staff hear back from fire saying not acceptable, we'll understand we got to go back to speed cushions. But I totally hope that fire would understand this and that they understand it's not a main artery and it won't delay in terms of destinations, second counts. It's just for further safety for that stretch. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gallo to the amendment, please.
I'll be supporting this. I just, that second part, I really feel that there is a huge difference between speed cushions and speed bumps. And I'm not in support of speed cushions there. Just
Okay.
don't think they will work. They just won't work, will not solve the problem. If we can't get the speed humps, then I won't be in support of this. We'll have to figure out a different way to solve it, because I just do not feel that the speed cushions will do it.
Thank you, Councilor.
Sorry, is the motion up, Mr. Mayor? Sorry to interrupt. Is the motion up?
It'll be up in a second. Just waiting for the clerk to type it out.
Okay. Thank you.
It'll be up in a second. Councilor Thompson to the amendment, please.
Thank you. Through you to, I guess, Mr. Downey, just to clarify, what we're talking about is what was in place on Kennedy Street, like he spoke of. So,
Mr. Downey.
when, just if I can finish for a second, when we pursued this with fire, did they have any oppositions to having it on Kennedy Street, or what were the feedback for that particular one?
Mr. Downey.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any feedback that the fire department had. As they said, that was done through development engineering. So I wasn't part of that comment process, but so I'm not sure whether they had objections or comments on Kennedy Street. I just know that that's where the humps are right now. And I know when I drive that, you definitely have to slow down in that particular area as opposed to Walton.
Mr.
No, I
Waters, do
appreciate
you
that.
want?
I certainly. Sorry,
I was
Mr.
just gonna ask,
Okay.
Mr. Waters, do you want to add to that about Kennedy Street, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would consult with fire and before we install the speed bumps, the higher of the two, and see if they have an issue with that. And if they do, we can always report back to GC.
Sorry, Mr.
Counselor?
Waters, but my question was whether or not fire raised any issues with regards to the ones on Kennedy that Mr. Downey's speaking about. I'm just trying to get some comfort with regards to what we anticipate being the reaction from fire with the proposal. I'm certainly supportive of it, and I think it's a great change. I guess where I'm going is if they were comfortable with it on Kennedy, which is a far busier street than this section of Center Street, I would assume it's okay, but I just wanted to know if there was any feedback from that previous installation.
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that was before my time, sir. So I can't really comment on that.
That's fine. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, did you get that up yet?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, was up for a moment. We can put it back up though.
Sure, please.
Will do. Thanks.
Does everyone see that? You want me to read it out? So the installation of speed humps for traffic calming purposes on Center Street between Spruce Street and Wells Street be approved, and that the installation of speed humps be funded by capital project number 34519, traffic calming. Okay. Councilor Gardner, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Speed humps are not what's on Kennedy. Speed bumps are on Kennedy. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters?
through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Downey to respond to that, please.
Mr. Downey?
So what we have on Kennedy is what I call a speed hump. It goes completely across the road and there's no break in those humps.
And that's what we're asking for in this amendment, Councilor.
That's what my understanding is.
Councilor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As long, I'm fine with that, as long as that doesn't mean the speed cushions. So that would be an understanding. If we're calling it the wrong thing, we're talking about the higher humps.
Yeah. I think staff have a full understanding. If we can argue about now whether we want to call it a hump, a bump, or a cushion. Like I said, they understand that we want one continuous bump, cushion, hump, whatever you want to call it. That's going to slow down anyone from trying to enter into the one-way.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. There could be no mistake about it at this point, but then it is the letter of the law. So if we've called it the wrong thing in the motion, we need to know at some point.
I'm sure staff will come back and let us know.
Thank you. And that I would vote for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions to the amendment? Clerk? Oh, Councilor Gilliland to the amendment.
Thank you. I think I heard some council members around the table as well asking for feedback from Central York Fire, and I don't see that in there. And I think that certainly would change, I think the perspective on the table. And for me, I'm not in agreement with the speed hump continually all across. If it's something that's going to not be best practice in Central York Fire and they disagree and they strongly suggest not to do it, then I would side with the recommendation from Central York Fire and not agree to do that. So I just feel like within that motion somewhere, it should say to confer with Central York Fire on whether or not one continuous speed hump could be installed, and then report back to council with that. And if it's something, and I think that could be a deciding factor. I'd be open to that idea if that is something that they would support and it would slow down the traffic, but not without that consultation.
Councilor Gardner, second time.
I think Councillor Gilliland is being prudent. I don't mind it being conditional, but I mean, we've got all of those obstacles on Kennedy, and Kennedy is a much busier street than Center. So I have a feeling that they won't object, or we wouldn't have done the ones on Kennedy. They're not that old, but it could be just perhaps after consultation with York Region, with Central York Fire.
Councilor Humphreys?
Mr. Mayor, maybe a friendly amendment. I think staff can make a quick call over to the fire and ask how they feel about that. And
yeah,
it's just a confirmation.
Yeah.
And if they strenuously object, have it report back to council?
Absolutely. If there's absolutely no, otherwise we're good.
Okay. Councilor Gardner, are you fine with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, did you get that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we would add to the end of the first clause, pending approval or pending consultation with CYFS. Is that so your council's approving it as long as CYFS doesn't have a problem? If they do, we would, the understanding is we'd report back.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
That's perfect. So work for everyone? All right. We'll vote. Councilor Gardner, you spoke twice, so on the amendment.
I just like to.
When we get back to the main one, you spoke once. I'll let you go on the main one.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, thanks.
I'll call a vote on the amendment. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the amendment is that speed humps be conditionally approved pending consultation with CYFS, and that should they be approved or should CYFS sign off on it, then the funding source will be the capital project that was outlined in the amendment. Counselor Thompson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Kim?
Yes.
Counselor Gilliland?
I'll support it because of that amendment.
Counselor Gardner?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Counselor Gallo?
Yes.
And Counselor Humphreys.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Clerk, back to the main motion as amended. Councilor Humphries, you did have the floor. Are you okay?
No, I'm great. Thank you very much, guys. I hope through Mr. Mayor, I hope that we can move this forward. Hopefully that will have, hopefully not any major issues with fire, and we can get this done for these small group pocket of residents. I want to thank you very much to my fellow councilors. I hope that, we can do this small change that's going to make a big difference for this little area. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gardner, did you want to? Are you good?
I would just like to say, I'd like to thank everyone. I think maybe we've clocked 3 hours on this issue or more over the last couple of years. 2 council motions, one from myself, one from Councilor Humphreys. And at the end of the day, we're here as a council to do our best to look after the health and safety of our residents. And I think this is a good example if anybody's watching.
Thank you, Counselor. Call the vote. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vote on the Center Street item on this evening's agenda, the main motion as amended. Counselor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Kim?
Yes.
Counselor Humphreys?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Counselor Gilliland?
Yes, if this is continuous speed hump, just want to make sure that's clear.
Take that as a yes. Counselor Thompson?
Yes.
And Counselor Gallo?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council will move to 7.2.4, Downtown Aurora BIA Annual Report 2021 Budget. The recommendation out of GC was that report number PDS 21-048 be received. 2, that the Aurora Business Improvement Association's 2020 audited financial statements attached hereto as attachment 2 be received. 3, that the 2021 business plan and budget attached hereto as attachment 3 for the Aurora BIA be approved. 4, that a bylaw be enacted to levy a special charge upon rateable property in the Aurora Business Improvement Area in the amount of $37,553 at the May 25th, 2021 council meeting. 5, that council appoint the manager of economic development and policy as council's representative to the board. And 6, that a bylaw be enacted to amend bylaw number 6128-18 to allow for additional forms of notice for annual and general meetings and to ensure quorum at the annual general meeting. Councilor Gilliland, you pulled this one. Did you want to move that?
I just want to receive just for discussion. I have some, I'd rather vote on certain things separately. So if I could just put it on the floor.
Well, if you want to vote on them, you can just put the whole thing on the floor and we can vote on them separately. Instead of now then taking the amendment and then we have to vote again on the amendment and then back to the main motion as amended.
Fine, that's fine.
Thank you. Someone like to second that? Councilor Humphreys, thank you. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you. Last week I had a lot of questions about the financials and the upcoming projects, so I'm really grateful that I had the opportunity to get some clarity on some of the initiatives that were brought forward. My only concern was the quorum, and I know that they have some issues getting some people to participate, to show up for various reasons of communication. Because of that and the lack of quorum, it's tough for me to accept them as approved finances, just because it was under the impression by the majority of the people there that there was no quorum and that it was just a presentation of what was being presented. I want nothing more than to have this BIA and everybody to succeed in moving forward. And I love the fact that they are trying to move this initiative forward, but at the same time, there's process. And within that period of time, it was really concerning to learn that a lot of the tenants didn't really understand that they actually had voting rights at that time. So during that presentation, and when that was soon discovered, there was, people didn't really understand that there was an opinion that could be had or input that could be had because they didn't realize that they had those rights. So it's in my opinion, since they are having another AGM on May 12th, that at that time, when they have quorum, that they renew exactly what they had done on the previous meeting to make sure that's consistent. I was really hoping that they would come back this week and have a list of the people who had attended to kind of understand who was there, what quorum or whatnot. I understand there were some delegates and other members who were not voting members. So I have really nothing to really go on as far as the members there, or if there was an actual vote taken. From what I understand, there was no actual vote taken. So as much as I love the idea of this moving forward, I have no problem moving points 1, 5, and 6 at this time, but I'd rather wait for 2, 3, and 4 until the May 12th AGM. I don't know what the rush is at this time, quite frankly. I do have a question though about 4, if I could just get some clarity. It does say in the resolution to enact at May 25th versus presenting to council. So are we being asked to approve collecting this levy today? Or is this an opportunity to vote on that specific thing on the 25th? Because in my opinion, it should say present to council to collect this on May 25th. Through Mr. Mayor to whichever staff member would be the one, the right answer, would it be Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Mayor Van Kessel, and I assume it's that we have a bylaw that would come to us on the 25th. Mayor Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. We need to include this within our tax ratio bylaw. So for us to include this within our tax ratios, we need to have this levy approved this evening. Otherwise, we will not know what we're to be including in that. And also starting in May, we need to be doing our calculations for our tax billings to ensure that we can get all our tax billings out to our residents and businesses on time.
Councilor?
Thank you. So what you're saying is that this is something that can't wait until their May 12th meeting and come back to council on 25th, correct?
Mayor Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the amount of work that it takes to do the tax billing calculations, we would definitely prefer that it would be approved this evening if it is going to move forward. It does complicate things if we do delay it because the bylaws need to be prepared in advance to make sure that we have them prepared and accurate for the council meeting. And we also need to run the billing as well.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel or whoever, as far as this levy is as presented, is it something that all business property owners must do, or is there an opt-out?
Mayor Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the levy is applied to everyone that is part or a member of the BIA, to the property owners.
Councilor?
Thank you. So I'm assuming that the definition of what that means of a member means that so long as you're a property owner, you are automatically a member, and by virtue, you would be charged this extra levy and there is no opting out. Is that how I'm understanding?
Mayor Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is applied to everyone that's in the BIA area, and there is no option to be able to opt out.
Councilor?
Thank you. Okay, well, I understand that there's a time component to this. I certainly don't want to be holding back on, obviously, an initiative we're trying to improve the downtown. I'm just a little disappointed that, here we are kind of put in a corner with time against us, having to make this decision without having the proper information. And it's unfortunate that they didn't have, the quorum or enough members there to represent. And I would have liked to have seen this wait until the next subsequent meeting on May 12th, when they elect their board and perhaps do a proper voting on the financials and the financial plan moving forward. Because, maybe some different points of opinion might have come out of that meeting. So, I'll include 4 and what I will move, like I'll approve moving forward because we're in the situation. But as far as 2 and 3, just based on the basis of the fact that it's something that they're considering as approved, but I have nothing to show that there was quorum to say a vote was taken to receive something that was approved, because there's nothing there to tell me it was approved other than something verbal. But yet I've had some conflicting information from people who attended. So just on that basis, I would prefer to separate my vote for 2 and 3 and wait till the May 12th AGM to be done before I receive that. 1, 5, 6, and 4, I will move together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell.
Thank you. And just to follow up on my comments from last week in terms of my only real issue here is it was kind of a leap of faith for me to believe that everyone or the majority or a certain percentage of the members are satisfied with everything that's going on. I did reach out to 2 different people, and both of them were not at the meetings. One was aware of the meeting, but I don't think had all the information for that meeting. So there's definitely some work to do, and I think that in their budget they show that they're putting some money towards trying to fix those problems. So I'm not entirely convinced that, or I really don't know how many members are on board with what the BIA is proposing. My preference would have also been to wait until their next AGM and have a better understanding in terms of what those membership feels, and to be honest, it's really up to them to communicate to us if they're not happy. I happened to reach out because I knew it was on the agenda, but I haven't heard from anyone saying, we have some serious issues with this. One could conclude that they're happy. You could also conclude that they just don't know, or not involved, or apathy, or just don't know. And I don't know which it is. In today's day and age, very difficult to contact people, to get their attention, to get them to absorb information, and to ultimately comment. So I understand the difficulty in that. As far as recommendation 4, while I heard that the preference is to have it at that meeting, it ultimately is, albeit could cause some additional staff time. It is up to council to decide whether or not we approve the 37,533 at the May 25th meeting. It's our prerogative, if we have additional information, to say, no, we want to pause on that or do something different. There's nothing stopping us from that, other than, as staff have said, some additional work. So I won't be in support of that until I hear back on that AGM to see how things have gone. The others, I'm a little less concerned about. So I have no issues with moving forward with those, but that one there, I would definitely like to vote on separately.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel please say about the special levy? Did she say that has to be raised anyway? That's a requisite?
Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd actually like to ask Ms. Quattrochoki to respond to this. Her team actually does the tax billings for the town.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we are set to bring the tax bylaw forward at the end of May, which needs to include this special levy. We will be starting all of the tax calculations are already underway for the tax rates. We spend quite a bit of staff time testing those rates in our system before they actually come out and are approved. This needs to be part of it. If it doesn't get approved, the special levy, what will essentially happen or could potentially happen is it will not make the final tax bills that get sent out. They get sent out mid-June. So we are working towards printing them and calculating them all starting within May, within the month of May. So in order for this special levy to get included in that, it would need to go forward this evening.
A follow-up to that. I believe, I mean, they're a new group, but there was a levy last year and maybe the year before, I'm not sure. I know they didn't use the levy last year because of COVID, but is there a formula for this levy? Does my understanding was that every business had to pay a certain amount. Every owner of a business along this area had to pay a levy.
Elizabeth?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the way the levy is set is it's based on the budget that's approved. So
Okay.
you guys approve this budget, the levy gets split across the BIA members based on their CVA values. So depending on what the property value is, that's how the levy is weighted, but it's the dollar value that gets approved that gets split across the businesses.
Counselor?
You know, we talk about process all the time, and councils before us and before us, before them have been talking about process. And this is a process that has to do with money. All processes are important, but I don't see how we can approve something that may not have had quorum. And I don't know whether we can. I mean, can council decide what the levy should be?
Mr. Mayor, is the council following their proper process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking as to the process.
Is council following our process properly as far as establishing an amount, a levy for a BIA? Mr. Natarasi.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so normally what would happen is that there would be a clear request from the BIA to assess a levy. That request comes to council because council is sort of the parent, if you will, of a BIA. A BIA cannot exist without council endorsement, and a levy cannot be passed on to the taxpayers without council endorsing the budget of the BIA. So from a process perspective, this is coming in the right order. I would have to delve more deeply into the specifics of the quorum versus no quorum versus who's, objected and whether the actual levy could be contested if members of the BIA weren't satisfied that the request from the BIA was legitimate. In this case, we've had no objections. I've heard no objections from anybody. I've seen no correspondence from any of the downtown BIA landowners or tenants objecting to this request. And so we've proceeded in spite of the fact that they have been a little less than fully organized and followed, a little less than perfect process, given the fact that there's been no objections and given the fact that the only way to assess this levy is to get it on the tax bill. We've proceeded as per the request of the BIA and the chair of the BIA who presented to council last week.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well, I don't know if we can compare it to a committee, but I know if a committee if a committee doesn't have quorum, anything that they recommend, they just can't have a meeting. They don't have quorum, they can't have a meeting, so nothing can come forward. So under that rule, we shouldn't be passing this. It is a very unusual circumstance. And I don't know if, I don't think anybody's going to come after us. It's just that we have a procedural bylaw that has a process and we should be following it. I'm just going to think on it for a moment, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Dell, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I don't know if was there any staff
Yes.
at that AGM or anyone else that could shed some light as
I was there
to,
at the beginning, and I believe Ms. House was there as well.
I'm sorry?
I was there at the beginning, to bring opening remarks, and I believe Ms. House was there as well. I could be wrong. Mr. CEO, was Ms. House there?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm not aware whether she was there for the entire meeting or not.
Okay. And I don't believe, is she here this evening? I don't believe she's here this evening, Councilor.
Thank you. And you were only there for a short while?
I was there at the beginning to bring opening remarks.
Okay, so you're not able to shed any light in terms of, you weren't there for the rest of the meeting to shed any light?
No, I mean, the screen was pretty full. There was a lot of people there. That's all I can share at this time.
Thank you.
Councilor Thompson.
Thank you. If memory serves me correct, I mean, the BIA, the process, the rules are surrounding it are all sort of outlined both within the Municipal Act, as well as I believe the ministry puts out a fair bit of information about establishing a BIA and what's required of it. Through you to Mr. Nadarozny. Am I correct? Is it not all laid out in the Municipal Act, as well as the ministry provides guidance on sort of a BIA handbook in terms of how to establish a BIA, what's required, and so forth?
Mr. CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. I believe the latest guidebook for BIAs as issued by the provincial government, I think is a 2010 document. And it outlines the purpose of BIAs and how to go about creating one. In essence, you need the consent of a percentage, and I'm sorry, I don't know that percentage offhand. I believe it's something like 60% or maybe 66% of the people within the geographic area have to agree to the creation of the BIA. And there's a number of other parameters, but as well as council also has to agree to it. And also the BIA is ultimately accountable to council, because in effect, council is taking the recommendation of a BIA and applying a supplemental tax to the members of the BIA.
Councilor.
And I wasn't at the meeting, but what I'm hearing from my colleagues is that there are some questions around the procedures and processes that they have in place, and perhaps that's a role for staff and us to support the BIA, because they are, essentially established through us, through a bylaw, and have guidance through the Municipal Act. I'm sure that it's important for them to have policies and procedures in place in terms of how they govern their meetings and what is required of them. And if they don't already have them there, then let's help support them and get them in place. My sense from trying to remember way back when it was first established is I think there are some guidelines and rules out there. So if any of their current members have issues, I mean, they can certainly look to that as guidance to see whether or not things were done correctly or not. And if there are issues, then by all means, let's help support them, because at the end of the day, the BIA is a good thing. It's meant to help our downtown merchants. The majority of them wanted the BIA. They were the ones that came to us and said, let's, formulate it. And we did so. And we need it even more so now as we look at trying to come out of COVID and trying to reestablish small businesses in the downtown core and all of Aurora. But for the BIA, any help that they can provide our businesses would be great. And I, look forward to a normal year where they can show residents and the merchants, what they can do to help them.
Gardner, second time. Oh, it was just it was still up. Okay, thank you, Councillor Gilliland. Second time.
Thank you. I heard some comments about attendance and who was there, and that there was no communication from anybody who was at that meeting about any feedback. And through you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Nadarozny, did staff not have any communication with any of the members, to your knowledge, that they disagreed with the fact that there was no quorum with the receiving of the finance?
CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have received no emails, no correspondence, no phone calls objecting to any of the activities of the BIA. or objecting to this levy that's on the budget.
Counselor?
Sorry, on the council agenda. My apologies.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you. I do know that an email was sent by one of the people who were there and did have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Howes about this. So I am aware that there is some objection of whether or not there was some understanding of quorum based on also another one of the tenants had asked question near the end of this meeting and saying, do the tenants have the ability to vote? And the board at that time had said, no, they don't, only the property owners. And it wasn't only until that time that the executive director of the Ontario BIA Association happened to be there because they were delegating that night and said, well, actually, no, you're incorrect.
Counselor, I'm going to ask you to speed along because this is repetitive. You mentioned this last week.
Well, it's just for for understanding. And so it's just putting in context that when the financials were received or presented rather, it was not put on to the knowledge of some people there. It was not to their knowledge put on the floor for a discussion to be voted on formally. And it wasn't discovered until the end. And so I guess that's a bit of my main concern is receiving some financial plan and summary moving forward based on something they didn't realize was that they had the opportunity to vote on because there was no formal vote. So personally, I've talked to 2 property owners and at least a couple of different business owners in the course of the time. So I know Councillor Gallo was talking about reaching out and what they've, people have said that, we should be able to speak on their behalf. And you're right, unless they, communicate and say something, how are we going to know? And I think that is fundamentally part of my challenge here is that I don't think that the tenants do know, because it was the understanding that the information would be mailed or hand delivered to property owners. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the chair of the BIA had said that it's up to the property owners to let the tenants know. So there's just a little bit of broken communication there. Clearly they want to, help the situation and, increase the contact information and get that information out there. But there's an identified issue or a problem there with that lack of communication, which we all want to help. It's just, has everybody had that opportunity to kind of voice their opinion to say, yeah, this is the plan that we want to move forward with? And I'm not so certain that this meeting, that is the kind of opinion that was received or expressed at that time. So I don't have that information. So that's why I would rather wait. Listening to Councillor Gallo about, council does have the opportunity to hold off on the tax levy. It makes me think I guess I just kind of assumed that, oh, that's the way your tax system works. We can't wait till the next council to kind of approve that. And maybe we can. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Wainwright Van Cussel, we have done deferral tax programs in light of COVID. So is this something that if we wanted to assure that there was proper quorum and that this board or BIA had, approved financials and approved plan and approved to move forward with the tax levy, would it not be something that we could defer another month?
Sale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for jumping in here, but before we answer that question, I wonder if I could ask through you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Desario to comment on this issue of quorum and the budget, because my understanding is that there isn't the need for a formal quorum to approve the budget, that the budget needs to be presented and discussed. And I think there's a formality that isn't necessarily required, but I'll ask Ms. Desario if you're okay with it, Mr. Mayor, to comment on that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify about the voting on the proposed budget. So in accordance with the bylaw and the Municipal Act, there is actually no requirement for the BIA members to vote on the budget at the AGM. Instead, it is just an opportunity for them to discuss the proposed budget. So I'm not going to comment on the quorum, although I believe that there was quorum, but for the voting, there is no requirement to vote on the proposed budget.
Thank you, Mr. Serio. Councillor?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Desario then. In order for them to pass a budget, and you're saying you don't have to vote then, so are you suggesting that they still have to have quorum in order to even pass that themselves?
Sarah?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Who has to have quorum?
Counselor?
Thank you. So just understanding the situation, in order to be able to have a presentation, to even present to the general BIA members, would they not need to have quorum in order to even approve? Or could they just arbitrarily, as a board, just pass whatever they want without letting the members know? Like, I'm just curious.
Sarah?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's not the Board of Management that passes the budget, it's council that actually passes the budget. The board members just provide it to council for consideration in a form that they believe that you want to pass. Aside from that, I did review it, and I do believe that they did have quorum at the time. They didn't know necessarily that they had quorum, but they did have quorum, and because the board members also counted towards the quorum.
Counselor?
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is that they need to have quorum to have kind of an open discussion. So let's just set aside the voting part, but the idea is to have some sort of quorum, to have some sort of open discussion about the kind of input from the BIA members in order to approve a financial plan and summary moving forward. And I guess, again, so I'm gonna digress again, that it was within the understanding of the members, the tenants that were there, that they did not have that opportunity. And it was within the understanding of the BIA board as well, that did not know that that was something that they could do. I'm just trying to understand.
I got your time, though. I got your time.
I just want to have a fulsome, fair,
I
May
understand.
12th,
I got-
8 p.m.
Counselor, I got your time. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Counselor Gardner, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that everything that Councilor Gillen has said is valid and worth noting. And in light of what Mr. Serio said, it's council that passes the budget. I think we can do that, and we're not going against the process. But with respect to the other issues that Councilor Gillen has raised, it's very legitimate. And I think there needs to be an education process here, and certainly better reporting. And that has to happen for their next meeting. So I think staff has made, none of the staff will be at the meeting, but the staff can pass it on to the appropriate staff to ensure that this is taken care of, because it's important for the BIA as well to have process in place that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, what I will say is that not only did I didn't just speak to just one or two property owners and tenants. I actually spoke to a majority of property owners and a majority of the tenants, and I have no issues. And I've heard no complaints. I have received no emails. I have received no phone calls from any property owner or any tenant in that area. And trust me when I say this, I received quite a few emails and phone calls. On this one, zero. So, Councilor Humphries? You're on mute, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything. I was going to put my hand. I don't have anything new to add, other than a few of my questions have been answered. And I think what I'm hearing, and I think I heard it last week, is it's a brand new BIA. They've got to get their processes tightened up. They have to learn. If there's anything staff can do to help them along the way, that'd be fantastic. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, so council, I am going to call 1, 5, and 6 for a vote to start. Mr. Clerk, clauses 1, 5, and 6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for clauses 1, 5, and 6. Councilor Humphries, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Gallo?
Yes.
Councilor Gardner?
Yes.
Councilor Kim?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councilor Thompson?
Yes.
And Councilor Gilliland.
Yes.
Clauses 1, 5, and 6 carry.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next, I will call clauses 2 and 3.
Or vote for clauses 2 and 3 as part of the BIA report this evening. We have moved by Councillor Gillen, second by Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Kim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Humphreys?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
No.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
And Councillor Gallo.
Yes.
Clauses 2 and 3 carry.
Clerk, I will call the vote on clause 4.
The recorded vote for clause 4 of the BIA report. Councillor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
No.
Councillor Humphreys?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
And Councillor Gilliland.
No.
The clause 4 carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, council, we're moving to 7.2.6 automated water meter antenna system. It was just moved to receive. That was a recommendation. Councilor Thompson?
Oh,
Hold this
I
one.
prefer to put the whole motion on the floor.
The original recommendation that was that.
The original recommendation from GCA or from staff.
Would someone like to second that? Councilor,
Oh.
thank you. Any comments? Go ahead, Councilor Thompson, sorry.
Thank you. I did have a chance to watch the debate last time on YouTube and heard some of the concerns around the table. I had a few additional questions myself as well. So perhaps through you to Mrs. Wainwright Van Kessel, I just want to understand the costing behind this for a second. So in table 1, it talks about the estimated capital costs. So we are purchasing the radio read technology for approximately 8,500 meters. Is that correct?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that would be purchasing the read technology, which is the MXU device for 8,500 meters. That's the remaining meters in the town that do not currently have one. We have about 10,000 meters that already do.
And
Councilor?
who will be installing these?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it is WAMCO that installs them. Mr. Downey can correct me if I'm wrong, because I know his staff sometimes are involved.
Mr. Downey?
To you, Mr. Mayor, the treasurer is correct. It is actually WAMCO that installs.
Councilor?
So my question then, I guess, is to understand is that, we're buying a product from a company. That company is going out and installing it. And so I understand the price behind that. But what I don't understand is the contingency, the 10%, the $155,000. What would that contingency be for if we're buying these at a fixed cost, and part of that cost is the installation of it by the manufacturer? So we need $155,000 for as a contingency.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the contingency there is part of our normal capital process. We usually include about a 10% contingency. The only area in which I could see us possibly needing it is after deployment, if we should discover that we may need an additional antenna added, but I can't see us using the full amount.
Councilor?
Would it be a concern if we reduce that to say 5% if we didn't think we necessarily need it?
we have it at all.
I get that it's our typical practice to do 10%, but certainly in cases where it's not necessarily warranted, wouldn't it be prudent to just put 5% there? Through you to Mrs. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would be fine with it being reduced to 5%. I think the risk on this project is fairly low.
Thank you. That was my impression as well. And so, I'd like to put forward that as an amendment, I guess, to reduce the contingency from that 10% of 155,000 to the 5%, which is 77.5. And that would certainly reduce the overall amount in clause 2.
Would someone like to second that? Councillor Ken, thank you. Amendments on the floor. Councillor Thompson.
Nothing further for me.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner to the amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank Councillor Thompson for that. But why would we have any contingency at all? This is, as we know, unlike any other project we've done. We've got the sole source. We're using a product that they're installing. Why would there even though it is normal process, why do we need to have a contingency at all here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the main risk that I see with this project is just if once we have the full deployment, our vendor has indicated that we should only need 2 antennas through the field to do the radio read. But should we need a third one, then that is probably the biggest risk that I see. Otherwise, I do not see any risk with this project going over and needing the contingency. And at the end of the day, when the project is closed, if the contingency is not used, the funds stay within the reserve.
Councillor?
Why wouldn't we say to this company that is certainly after the presentation last week, the expert and knowledgeable and experienced, why wouldn't we say this is the price? And if we need another antenna, that's, you know, either you should have put it in the contract. We're not good. It's very strange. And I don't think that the town should be on the hook. We've accepted what they've recommended. And that's a solid deal.
Is that all, Councillor?
We're speaking to the amendment, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gallo for the amendment?
No, I have a question about the main motion.
Okay. Anyone else to the amendment? Councillor Gilliland to the amendment?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. If we chose to take out the contingency fund for this third antenna, and all of a sudden we do need the money for this third antenna, do you have to come back to council to ask for this extra money for the third antenna? And would that delay installation or the function of this meter?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we needed to actually put an additional antenna in and we did not have the budget available to do so, then we would have to come back to council. The other is that our estimate here for the number of meters that are still outstanding that do not have the MXUs is 8,500. That number is fluctuating as we do our replacement program, because our replacement program also includes adding the MXU in. So once we move forward with this project, we will be stopping adding the MXU as part of the replacement program, and we will be just accelerating it through this. I think it's a very low risk that we would exceed the budget on this one.
Councillor?
Thank you. So you're saying it's very low risk of needing additional funds for a third antenna, because it sounds like, well, if we get the third antenna, then we definitely need extra capital in order to pay for this. But are you suggesting that perhaps we don't, it's very likely we won't need this third antenna? Because that's, to me, where this money's coming from. Is that what you're saying?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if we ended up in a situation where we did need an additional antenna, then we would likely come back to council, or we would look at a way to include it within the budget, possibly by adding it to the project at that time. But as far as we know, at this point in time, the data is suggesting that we only need the 2.
Councillor?
Thank you. And so by taking away that contingency on this third antenna, is that going to delay the installation of the project? I'm just trying to understand. It's like we go through this process, we install it, and then all of a sudden now they got to go and reinstall a third antenna to every single home, or do they do like a test run on one and then they decide, okay, we're going to need that third? I just wouldn't want to cause extra labor or extra holding up a project based on the fact that you have to come back. Is it better just to kind of have it there as that cushion and just kind of continue on with this project to do it properly? Or are we really going to be holding up the process? That's all. That's really the end goal here of what I'm trying to understand.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify there, the antennas are what we actually receive the reads on. So these would be located on infrastructure such as water towers. The MXU is all that's attached to the individual home. I cannot see it delaying the actual project. Again, I'm saying the risk is very low here. That's why we have not, we put the contingency in there as part of budgeting practice, but I think it's a very low risk that we'd actually require it.
Council.
Okay, perfect. That makes me feel a little more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions to the amendment? Councillor Kim to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. We're talking about the third antenna here, and I don't recall talking about that at the last GC. So we're talking about this on this amendment, which is the contingency fee. So this third antenna, if it's needed, we're talking about 75,000, 150,000. So it's a small portion of the overall budget for this water meter. Is that correct?
Swear Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it would be a small portion. So on table 1 of the report on page 7, it shows 179,000, which includes the 2 antenna plus the technology to set up and training. So there's antennas included within that number. So, and I'm not saying that we would need a third antenna, but until we actually get the system deployed and we see how the information is being receiving, then we'll have the best understanding. But from the data and the topography of the town, our understanding is we only need 2.
Councillor.
Great, thank you. You know, if our treasurer is comfortable with the 5% contingency, and treasurers are known to be very conservative, I am in agreement. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions to the amendment? Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for the amendment to the water antenna report on this evening's agenda. Excuse me, the meter antenna report, that is. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
Councillor Humphreys?
Yes.
And Mayor Marakis.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, can you get when you get the main motion back up as amended, can you get the correct figures in there as well so everyone can see what the correct figures amounts would be as well?
Certainly. I'll ask Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel to send me that and we'll get it added.
Thank you. We'll continue the debate. Any comments or questions to the main motion as amended?
I still have a few more things.
If you have the floor, yes, you're correct. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just again, through you to Mrs. Wainwright Van Kessel, just picking up where you talked about. So we already have some of this technology on the meters we've been replacing previously, and the installation of the additional 8,500 approximately will complete it across the town. Is that correct?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we already have about 10,000 devices already installed, and the 8,500 will complete it for across the town.
Council.
So looking at the presentation, it certainly, shows a number of things through the portal that residents could do, as well as benefits to the town. But at this point, none of that is activated because of the antennas aren't set up and the system isn't complete. Is that correct? Through you to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So currently we do not have the ability to we cannot radio read because we don't have the antennas. The options that we have right now on the devices we have is the old ones, the 8,500 that need to be added, are touch collection of data. So we actually have to go and physically touch it. Our meter reader person does. And then for the other ones, we are able to do some limited radio read from a handheld device within a short range. So the person still needs to go around the town and can collect them from multiple households at once. And that's for the 10,000 that already have the devices attached.
Councilor.
I guess it seems pretty straightforward to me when I take a look at it. It's granted it's $1.6 million, but for 8,500 MXUs for these meters, it's roughly $200 a meter. You look at the benefits that were identified through the presentation at GC, both for residents as well as for staff. It'll allow us to utilize those that are already in existence, the 10,000 units that Mrs. Wainwright Van Kessel spoke about. So to me, this is just a continuation of what we started a long time ago. We've been dealing with water meters as long as I've been on council, and I guess we're getting to, hopefully, to the end. Sorry, that's it, Mayor.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
I guess it was about time I'm on mute, eh? So Councillor Gallo, go ahead.
Thank you. Just want to clarify the 10,000 through you to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel, the 10,000 that we currently have already have the ability to transmit. We're not doing anything with the ones that are already installed.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. The 10,000 that already have the device attached, we do not need to do anything further. We just need to have a way to receive the information.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, what's the strategy for the balance, the 8,500, in terms of replacing them?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what our plan is, our replacement project will still follow as normal. So we are still planning to replace the water meters themselves over the next few years. But what we'll do is we'll accelerate the addition of the MXU device. So we'll be attaching the MXU to existing meters. The only difference between the old meters and the new meters is the precision in which the meters read. So the old meters only read up to 1 full cubic meter, where the new meters go to 3 decimal places.
Councillor?
And is it like what's the process? Are we going neighborhood by neighborhood and mandating homeowners to replace their meters and add this device, or is it just calling in and saying, I'd like my meter replaced?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask Ms. Quattrotoki if she can respond to this.
Sure. Elizabeth?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So currently the way the replacement program works is on an annual basis, we provide a listing of meters that are going to be replaced to WAMCO to do the replacement. So it is based on geographical area and the age of the meters, but we do go neighborhood by neighborhood. So it's not all over the town disjointed. It is certain sections that are done at the same time. The way this would work is that would continue to progress through the replacement program with the exception of the MXUs. The MXUs, we would try to get them on all the meters within a shorter period of time. So it would change the dynamic a little bit, but during regular environment outside of COVID-19, we do send out letters that indicate that this is mandatory for the meters to be replaced. Obviously, during COVID and the lockdown, it is something that has become not within our ability to make mandatory.
Councillor?
Okay, so the strategy is neighborhood by neighborhood. We send out letters under normal conditions, and we tell the homeowners we're coming in on such and such a date to replace the meters, and the homeowners have to allow that to happen.
Right. Elizabeth?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I do have one comment. It's not that we tell them when. We enforce that they schedule an appointment at as they're available. So we give them a timeline to schedule an appointment within, so that we can continue that neighborhood moving forward. So we don't restrict that it's a certain time. We do give some kind of negotiation within that.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wasn't quite following last GC. Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel, we were talking earlier today about table 1 on page 7. So what I'm understanding now is that we were intending to put the MXUs on all of our water meters, and that 1,677 now closer to 1,600,000. Most of that we were intended on spending anyway. The ability to read is not 1,600,000.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as per our conversation earlier today, the largest part of the cost of this project at 1.3 million is the addition of those MXU devices, and that's to the meters that have yet to be replaced. Right. So those meters, we would have been adding those MXU devices as part of our our water meter replacement project over the next few years. What this project does is accelerates adding the MXU device to the meter, but not the actual replacement that will follow through the replacement program.
Counselor?
Thank you. Well, I'm feeling a lot better knowing that, because it's a big price tag. But I didn't ask you if works, and I don't have the sheet in front of me, the budget sheet. So we were intending to spend this money through the next 3 or 4 years. And that would be in our budget like that. So moving it up this way, how does that affect the budgeting?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the project to do the water meter replacement includes the MXU device and the replacement of the water meters themselves. The water meter per a residential meter is about 2/3 of the cost of that whole replacement, with the MXU roughly about 1/3 of that cost. So what will happen is, as we go through and do our water meter replacements, as in our budget, we have scheduled about $500,000 per year. We can now reevaluate that term of how long it will take to replace those meters. We can look at the length of time, or we can continue on with the same number of meters, or look at even maybe advancing that in some areas and still stay within the budget that we have for that program. But that's under a separate capital project.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Counselor Kim?
Thank you. Just in some, coming into this, I did have second thoughts, but in communicating with the finance team offline, it really confirmed to me that we do need it. I thought that from GC, we only received 4 or 5 calls or emails per quarter that from those who thought that their water bill was excessive. But in communicating with the team today, it's more like 20 calls and emails per day, which, when you extrapolate that over a year, that's 5,000 calls and emails, and that's roughly 25,000 minutes or 55 workdays. So for me, it's not just about helping, 1/10 of 1% of households in Aurora, which was the interpretation last week, but it's really about doing that, but saving a lot of work hours, and it can, reallocate, our staff resources to do something else. Because when you think about, 25,000 minutes of calls from Access Aurora and to our finance team to deal with these types of questions, And clearly, there's something, there's some leakage in the house. Now, this obviously offers not just the customer service benefit to residents, but it's a huge efficiency for our town staff. So, for that reason, that pretty well put me over the top, and I'm fine with the staff recommendation.
Any other comments or questions? Clerk, can you put the recommendation up on the screen, please? I'll read it and then I'll call the vote.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, there you go.
Thank you. So that report number FIN 21-016 be received. 2, that the condition on the approval of capital project number 43055 advanced metering infrastructure in the amount of $1,599,500 be lifted and the project proceed. 3, that a single source contract be awarded to Wanco in the amount of $1,533,000 excluding taxes. And 4, that the contingency be reduced from 10% to 5%. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record a vote for the main motion as amended. Councillor Humphries, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
And Mayor Marakis.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. It's 9:06, council. We'll take our health break. I'll see you at 9:16. One more. Council, I need one more. Thank you. Council, we'll start with 7.2.7, update on the Communications and Community Engagement Strategy 2018-2021. Recommendation from General Committee was that 1, that report number CAO 21-005 be received, and 2, that a new communications strategic plan 2022 to 2025 be presented to council by end of year 2021 for approval. So Thompson, you pulled this one. Did you want to move that
Yes,
recommendation?
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. Would someone like to second that? Councilor Kent, thank you. Councilor Thompson, go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. I'm not sure how much was discussed at GC with regards to this item. I had a few comments that I wanted to share with Ms. Bennett. I'm assuming she's on. Perfect. You know, we've talked about communications and strategy for many, many years now. And, you know, certainly we all feel that it's an essential component that, you know, we got to get the word out to the residents and get them engaged and get them involved. And so I look forward to seeing Ms. Bennett's proposal for the new strategic plan going forward later this year. But one of the things I want to touch on, and I've mentioned in the past too, is that, you know, we have a habit of, you know, using numbers to measure our success within the town when it comes to communications. And we throw out these numbers, but we don't often provide context around them. And, you know, so it's great to say that we have, you know, 5,000 followers on Facebook, or we've had 40,000 hits, or whatever the number we want to put down on paper. And, you know, I recognize that we are growing and we are improving in all these areas, and that's great. But at the same time, to be able to measure that success, I want to see that context in comparison to perhaps other municipalities, whether it's adjusted or prorated based on households or population. But, you know, give me some sort of, you know, metric as a comparator against other, be it public or private institutions, just so I can get a better sense of how valuable those numbers are when we talk about measuring our success. Are we doing a great job, or are we still lagging behind and have more room to grow? And that's one of the things I like to see going forward, is that, you know, when we start using these numbers, you know, that there is some context around it, so that we can have an understanding of whether 5,000 followers on Facebook for a town of our size is good or not good. You know, I really don't have that context. You know, I know some municipalities, you know, do a very good job. When I look at the city of Guelph and some of their things that they've done from a communication perspective, and use that as a comparator, I think, well, we're a little bit behind Guelph, but then again, Guelph, you know, seems to be a little bit farther ahead of the curve than us, but I don't know for a fact. And so it'd be great to see that. You know, the other thing is, you know, and I'm sure you'll touch upon it in the strategy when it comes, is, you know, I continue to advocate that we need to go get out of town hall and go to the people, be where they are, be it in the facilities, be it at the farmer's market, be it at the street festival, you know, go to them and engage them that way, rather than always waiting for them to come to us. So those are my comments, and look forward to seeing what Ms. Bennett brings to us later this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gardner?
Thank you. Well, following on Councillor Thompson's comment, I've seen at various, especially in the town park, when we go to the people and we try and get engagement there, the people aren't there to be doing engagement with the town. They're interested in what's ever going on, whether it's the concerts or the festivals. So I don't know how interested or how much time the community wants to spend on engagement at that particular time. Although I do believe it's important we go out to the people. But with respect to the OP, I remember we were at one of the festivals and people weren't really that interested in being engaged at that point in time on the OP. So I don't know if we can do anything about that, but that is problematic. With respect to the Place Speak surveys, one of the drawbacks of that to date, there's been no ability to track if the people responding live in Aurora and the number of times one particular person has responded. And I think that's important to know because if one person responds 6 times, that really isn't a true stat. So I don't know if our surveys can, I do think our surveys need to be able to know that the people responding are living in Aurora and have only responded once. I don't know if staff has a comment on that.
Bennett?
Thank you, through you, your worship. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Through you, your worship. That's a really good question, Councillor. There are different ways that we can set up surveys on Engage Aurora. And in some cases, we can set it up so that it limits you to only one vote, but that requires us to ask people to register just because that is the way that the platform works. If we don't ask people to register, then they are able to vote multiple times. So there's really a balance that we have to a line that we have to kind of balance when we're trying to decide what type of input we're looking for. To your point around so because some people just don't want to register, they don't want to go through the process of having an account. That being said, we have had quite a lot of success, and it is growing in terms of having people register for accounts on Engage Aurora and going through the process of responding to surveys. To your point about whether or not they are residents of Aurora, generally, the only way that we can know that is if we actually include a question in there about that, and that is certainly something that we do if the survey calls for, if we feel that the data that we're looking for will really be dependent on whether or not someone is a resident of the community. I certainly take that comment though and take it back to the team to make sure that we incorporate that more frequently, because I absolutely agree that we should make sure that, to the best of our ability, that we are catering to the residents of the community. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm certainly happy to elaborate more if you would like.
No, thank you. And if we are looking for true feedback, and we're looking for feedback on our official plan, it doesn't help us if somebody from out of the town provides comments on the official plan, because it's not their official plan. So I think we need to watch that. With respect to the community engagement policy, it's a really good policy, but one of the feedbacks we had, many feedbacks we had from the ward system issue, was that if it's a town-wide change or a town-wide policy, we're supposed to do very wide consultation, and even in that case, perhaps a referendum. So the policy is good, but I think we do need to follow it. And the third point I have is, I see we've received awards from AVA and Hermes, but all the feedback I've received about our town website is that it's not easy to navigate. And so I'm not sure how we've won awards for this, but the residents that are interacting with it don't seem to be happy. So I don't know if you have a comment. I think there's room for improvement on our website.
Ms. Bennett?
Thank you, and through you, your worship. So there's always room for improvement, and definitely one of the things that we'll be looking at with the new strategic plan, the new communication strategic plan, is how to make those ongoing improvements. So to what you're talking about in terms of the communications, the engagement policy, to the website, and to Councillor Thompson's comments as well about what he's looking for in terms of the context of what we can provide for the numbers and how we're measuring success. Those are all really good pieces that we absolutely should incorporate and need to incorporate in the next communication strategic plan. I would be very interested in Councillor Gartner in understanding more what residents are looking for that they're not able to find on the website. And I would encourage you, I certainly am open to them sending an email or any any type of communication they want to engage with in terms of finding out exactly what those issues are, because if we don't know what they are, we don't know how to resolve them. So what I can say is that the new website is certainly an improvement on what was, it has been upgraded and enhanced, and there are a lot of really good features on it. But there are, to your point, always areas where we can improve, and we will be looking for that for sure, and looking to go out to the public to find out where those areas are that we need to focus on as well as part of the next strategic communications plan.
I was looking for a bylaw today. I keyed in, what are you looking for? I keyed it in, and I think I got 2,000 possible responses. So I don't know, you may want to try that yourself and see. If you want to know something specific, it's very hard to do the search and get something specific. And I would appreciate if you would try that a few times and see what you get. And I'll do some more work on it as well. The just general comment that I've received is that it's just hard to navigate. I know it's better than what we had before, but I think it does need improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Clerk? Hello?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for the item regarding the communications plan to be presented to council by the end of this year. Councillor Humphries, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
And Mayor Maracus?
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move to 7.2.9, the Ivy Network Electric Vehicle Charging Station Proposal. The recommendation from General Committee is one, that report number PDS 21-047 or C. Two, that the town enter into a single source contract to be awarded to Ontario Charging Network LP for the provision of services to install, operate, repair, and maintain 11 dual head level 2 electric vehicle charging stations on town property. And 3, that a new capital project with town with total budget authority of $13,800 for the purchase and installation of 2 electric vehicle charging stations at Library Square to be funded from the growth of new reserve be approved. And 4, that the town's 2021 fees and charges bylaw be updated to include a $2.50 per hour with a 25-cent rate increase every 2 hours EV charging station usage rate at the first opportunity to do so. And 5, that the town enter into a license agreement with Ontario Charging Network LP to place vehicle charging infrastructure on town property. Councilor Gallo, you pulled this one. Would you like to move the recommendation?
I won't be able to, Mr. Mayor, but I'd like to speak to it.
Would someone like to move the recommendation? Nobody wants to move the recommendation? Councilor Gilliland, thank you. Councilor Humphries, second. Councilor Gallo, floor is yours.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions to staff through you. On page 3, it speaks to York Region's EV chargers. And just the question is, the 70 that York Region is putting in, is that through the Ivy project as well, or do they go on their own?
Mr. Waters, would you know, or do I go to Mr.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer this question. I believe the 70 chargers that York Region ordered and installed were separate from this program.
Councilor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess they received the Enercan subsidy because they were more than 20. I'm curious, I saw 39 chargers going into Newmarket. So did York Region pay for all of those, as well as the 10 in Richmond Hill, 10 in East Gwillimbury? Vaughan got 8, but 39 in Newmarket. Did the region pay for those? And will they be managing them?
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe those York Region chargers were purchased for York Region properties. That's my understanding. Ms. Keel can confirm that.
Ms. Keel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The ones for York Region are installed at York Region property, and they'll be managed by the region.
Council?
But they are for public use.
They are for public use. I believe the high number that are located in Newmarket have to do with their administrative buildings. So I know they had around 20 estimated to go in their new administrative building. So, you know, that's a large number just in one location. I don't know if it's going to be open to the public 100% or if it's for staff or a combination of the two. But seeing that they applied for the same similar public chargers, I would assume that they're also accessible to the public.
Council?
And I guess that's why they're only, I think they're joining us in the Ivy Pro, and they're only needing 5 because I guess the region is paying for all the balance of them. I guess lucky them. You know, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I'm disappointed, and I'll say why, just for the interests of hopefully change in the future. We're in this position, and ultimately we have to make a decision whether to do this or really not do it, because the alternative, we've lost the opportunity, even if we did want 20 charging stations, to get the benefit of upper tier level funding. That happened in 2019, and we're past that. My frustration is when we were eligible, we were never given the opportunity to say, no, we don't want 20, and someone will correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember that. We were never given that opportunity. Somebody made the decision that the town of Aurora doesn't need 20, and there's no point in exploring that option. I feel at a loss that I think we should have gone through that process. I think we should have done those calculations. I did ask for some additional financial information on the income side that would be generated for these. Unfortunately, you know, what I got was, you know, the revenue streams from an Ivy program, not necessarily from a town of Aurora run program. We may have, at the end of the day, been in the same position and said, 20 doesn't make sense for us. Let's do 11 and let's join the others to achieve 20. But I don't know that. And I don't know whether this is the best deal for the town of Aurora, because we never had the option to determine whether 20 was enough, whether we could afford the capital costs, whether there's a good financial picture and business plan based on the revenue that it makes sense that we would have got 20 and got the Enercan funding, which I think is 50% of the equipment costs. So I'm disappointed that I'm put in a position that I have to accept what's before me, or not do it, or spend a lot more money if we want to now backtrack because we don't have the benefit of receiving the Enercan funding. Obviously, my preference would have been to have council decide whether 20 is enough. And that decision was taken away from me. And I really don't know whether that would have been beneficial or not. It's clearly we're moving in this type of direction. I suspect we'll have more of these reports saying we want to add to this, probably in the not far future, and most likely at additional costs. So I'm disappointed that we didn't have the chance to explore the 20. We're here now. We really don't have a choice if we want these to move in this direction, because there is no other option other than not doing it or spend $900,000 at this point to install them. So I wanted to express that view.
Thank you. Councilor Gardner?
Thank you. So the cash flow analysis is based on utilization rate of 15% of these 22 heads. I know that I think staff did an analysis that we needed these, but my only experience is with the stations at the town hall. And when I've seen them, and I'm at the town hall quite a lot, I don't see them being used that much. So I mean, maybe this is proactive for the future, but personally, I think that the 22 heads we're going to need some catch-up time for residents to want to use that capacity, even at 15%. And that does upset me because I don't believe it's needed right now. I don't know. There was no analysis of when it might be needed. With respect to, there's a comment about where these stations are going to be. For example, at the town hall, we don't have enough parking in that front parking lot. We don't have enough parking, period, for the town hall. But we don't have enough parking because we've got the senior center next to us. So why would we take two very important spots right in front of the town hall? And I mean, why can't we put them away from the area where people are coming to park to participate in a municipal experience or an event? Because I believe that it takes quite a long time to charge a car. I mean, they're not going to be there for 15 minutes. They might be there for a whole meeting when we have a meeting. So perhaps to Ms. Keel, and I'm sorry I didn't ask you earlier, but the parking that we have is just precious. We don't have enough parking. So why would we use two important spots to facilitate charging that might take a few hours and take away from the parking that we provide for our residents?
Ms. Keel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a great observation. You had a couple of questions in there. The question regarding moving these charging stations or those parking spaces for those charging stations further away from the building. The issue with that is that the further we go away from the building, and specifically the electrical room, the more expensive the installation costs become for these chargers. So we would see, you know, a much larger cost associated with that. Installation costs tend to be the most expensive part of the whole project, even more expensive than the equipment. At Town Hall specifically, since we already have the conduit infrastructure there for our previous charger, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to, you know, relocate it to somewhere else where we have, you know, it's such, all the equipment is, or the electrical work and conduit work is ready for an expansion for other chargers. So it would have a big impact on cost in that sense. That's probably not the answer you want to hear. I do agree that parking is very valuable at our locations and at a premium. So unfortunately, I don't have another, you know, answer in terms of saving parking spaces in that sense.
Thank you. I believe I saw in the report that we're only going to allow cars to park for X amount of time, that there's a time limit on the amount that they can use it.
As long as they're charging and paying for the charge, they can stay in that parking space. There's not going to be a minimum, like maximum amount of time, as long as they're charging. It's when they're done charging, that's when it becomes a problem, and we would start increasing the cost. There'll be like a grace period to come and move your car for another user, and then otherwise they would get charged continuously. So it would be in their benefit to get out of the parking space as soon as possible.
Councilor?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're going to, let's say you're coming in the afternoon and then you just leave your car there and we have a council meeting and, you know, we need the spots. I think if there's a way to to make that offensive for them to stay in that spot for more hours than they need it. I'd like to look at that.
Also, the parking bylaw will be updated based on our last month's EV charging station policy that was approved through council. And so any car that's found there not charging and found in one of the EV charging parking spaces can get a ticket. So the bylaw will also support, you know, trying to get people away and not really parking in those spaces if they're not using the chargers.
Counselor?
So they could be ticketed?
Yeah.
That's good. Counselor?
Thank you. And with respect to the need for 22 heads, I don't know how that was decided, but 22 heads, and we're looking at an uptake rate of 15%. That doesn't balance to me. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Counselor Thompson?
Thank you. I assume, I guess, through you to Ms. Keel, just around the utilization rates. Do we know what the utilization rates are for the charging stations at Town Hall today?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We do not, since the chargers that we have at the town properties right now do not record any kind of data on their usage. So we're a bit blind in that sense that we're not able to know what those current ones are being used at this point.
Counselor?
So the proposal speaks to, you know, sort of a break-even scenario utilizing a 15% rate. So I assume that means that each charging station would be used 15% of the time, which, if you do the math, is roughly 3.5 hours a day. So if we have all of those charging stations used at least 3.5 hours a day over the 10-year period, we break even. And I guess, like Councillor Gardner, I'm just trying to give some thought to how often I saw the one at Town Hall, which was free, by the way, being utilized, and this one's going to be one that people have to pay for. And so I guess I'm just trying to, feel confident that our forecasting is accurate. And so in the report, it speaks to the fact that we took a conservative number that a lot of similar municipalities use 35%. Is there anywhere you can point to where, I could look to that information to see that these stations that residents have to pay for are being used a third of the time?
Ms. Keel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Great point. Like Aurora is like other municipalities in that, previous generation of EV chargers that were installed in other municipalities also didn't collect a lot of data. So I don't have, there's no like long-term historic data readily available to say, okay, well, this municipality stated, historically they're at 20% or something like that. So it's to our best knowledge and assumptions. We looked at some other municipalities who, because of this funding availability, a lot of municipalities were asking the same questions as you are today, and that we were asking and trying to figure out, like you received in that informational package. 35% was a number being used in the local municipality. We thought that was a bit high. So, we thought a lower value would be more conservative. Is it still too high? It's hard to know until, they're installed and we start collecting the data. I think for 2021, maybe it is a bit high. We're still in COVID. The governments at both levels are still, trying to figure out their incentive programs for the purchasing of these types of vehicles. It sounds like there is
possible programs that are coming forward that are in addition to what's already available for people to purchase. So there might be a stronger incentive going forward in the coming year or so. So the whole area is changing so quickly. So 15% was what we felt was, okay, maybe it's a bit high for 2021, but it might be low for 2025. So, you know, we still wanted to stay conservative in our estimation and our calculations.
And, you know, the concept of adding more charging station, you know, I support the concept behind it, but I just want to be able to, I guess, manage my expectations as well as residents' expectations when it comes to the return on this investment. You know, we've been down this path before with other projects, most notably the LED conversion, whereby, you know, there was an anticipated savings that would pay for the program over a period of time, and it didn't really materialize the way we had thought it would. And so I just want to be able to be, you know, fairly comfortable with the numbers that we're putting forward, that it really is 10 years to, you know, recover this kind of investment. My other questions really are around what happens after 10 years. So my understanding is they own the infrastructure, it's their product. And so at the end of this 10-year agreement, theoretically, they could take their stuff and go. Is that correct?
Keeley?
Through you to Mrs. Keel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a great question. You're right that they are the ones owning the infrastructure. Likely at the 10-year mark, there's very little value left in those chargers, so it's unlikely that they're going to want to take them out. But the way the contract's written is that we can renegotiate an extension, or even within the 10-year period, if the lifespan of some of the chargers go a little bit earlier than the 10 years, we can even talk about upgrading some of those chargers if required, and if both parties agree on it, on those conditions. So it is the end of the contract, but you know, it's still open to what we want to do at the end of it.
You know, part of my thought is, you know, and we had this earlier conversation with regards to water meters, is that a long time ago, the town made a choice to, you know, work with one particular vendor. And, you know, we've had to stay on that path throughout this whole process. And I just want to make sure that there's flexibility for the town should another solution come along. Either in 10 years, we can decide to go a different route or bring in a different vendor or charging station, or even, you know, if there's an exit ramp within that agreement, that at some point in time, if another opportunity presents itself to partner with N6 or the region, or there's some other initiative that we want to get involved in, to Councillor Gallo's point, that we can then choose to terminate this contract and move in a different direction. That I just want to make sure that we're not locked in forever, and that we have some flexibility should something that is the betterment of the community come along. Through Keel, can you comment on that?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and the contract allows that. The agreement allows us to exit if we want to. There is a termination fee associated with which year we decide to leave the agreement. And like you said, you know, at the end of the 10 years, or if we wanted to terminate prior to the 10 years, terminate it, do the payout for the termination fee, and then go to market or change the provider, go to another, another solution or another type of equipment. That is possible with this agreement. So, you know, there's a termination fee, but beyond that, you know, we could always exit if we wanted.
Councilor?
Thank you. And last question through you to Mrs. Keel. These stations are primarily just for the public use. It's not, staff are not going to be using these. Is that correct?
Ms. Keel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. They're stated as public, so public has access to them. If town staff have their personal vehicles and they want to use it,
they can. They will have to pay like the public. They are being treated like a regular public in the sense if they wanted to use it and pay for the user fee. There's going to be also an option for us to get a type of key card for Fleet. If Fleet down the road requires these chargers, they would be able to use it. And then with the key card, obviously they would bypass, the fee associated with it. If the town,
And that's where, thank you. And that's where I was going. I just wanted to make sure that, we're not essentially charging ourselves to use something and paying a fee to a third-party provider. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ken?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Keeley. Last week in GC, there was a discussion around single sourcing, and we asked staff to come back with, a rationale behind single sourcing with respect to this item here, and as well as a comparison chart as to if we did not use Ivy and we used another vendor, what would that cost be? One would think that, based on the NRCan contribution, that it would be significantly more, but, we would like to know to make that decision because, it's always been asked every time we have a procurement process, why is it sole source, single source? I don't think I saw anything on email. So can you respond to that, Ms. Keeley, in terms of why this was single sourced and what the cost would be if we went with another vendor? Because I think I commented last week that, often, like a Gillette blade model, if you just get the handle, they used to charge a lot for that, but that's almost free now. You just pay a lot for the blade. And I'm just wondering whether the infrastructure and the charging, whether that's, it's likely not a similar model, but if you can kind of help expand on that, that'd be great.
Skip?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Great comment. So on the single source question, we went this way because for the town to access the funding, we needed that, for us to access the funding directly, we needed a 20 charger minimum. With internal staff assessments of the facilities and the needs, it was decided that 11 was the most appropriate number of chargers. So because of the low number of chargers, we didn't meet the 20 minimum charger requirement to apply for the funding. So Ivy at the time was Ontario Power Generation put together a service for smaller municipalities to put in a bulk application so that we can meet that 20 charger minimum. That's what you saw in the report. So, Newmarket is in that group, and Halton Hills, to name a few. So we came together to make that 20 minimum. Now for us to, we signed a MOU to work with them. So we were bound to Ontario Power Generation to work with them on the project. So it was a compatibility situation where if we wanted the funding, we had to go with Ontario Power Generation on this project. And so that's where the single source came from, or is kind of justified. Now, the other question was if we were to go to like a competitive bid today, is that the question?
Yes, if we went to another builder or vendor, what would the cost be for similar product and services?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So if we were to kind of start over and with the project and not go with Ivy,
we're looking at probably a 90,000. It was a bit more than $90,000 more expensive for the project.
Council?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Keeley. So if it's only $90,000 more for the whole infrastructure and construction, and we're not even receiving any grant money with a competitor, but even with that, it would only cost us an extra $90,000 over 10 years.
Yes and no. So the 90,000 difference is if we're considering operational costs. So costs like the electricity costs associated with the project and repair and maintenance fees, networking fees, customer service, that type of thing. The difference is 90. Now, what gets tricky is that once we start adding utilization to the equation, so the more people who use it, Ivy does stand out a little bit different from the competitors that we've compared to. So a lot of these electric vehicle operators charge a transaction fee. Every time someone uses it, the operator takes a cut. Now, Ivy is taking a 4% cut for every hour that's being used. Now, we compared it to some other offers that were out there, and some other offers were 10%, and another one was 15%. So when you start adding this operator transaction fee, Ivy starts standing out more, and it becomes even more or less expensive to go with Ivy than with these other operators because they're charging more, per hour use. It's called like an operator chargeback. So when you depending on the utilization rate, the more it's being used, the cheaper Ivy becomes because they're charging less for this chargeback than some of these other operators, these competitors. So it gets a bit complicated with the calculations, but from a strictly operational point of view and with the capital costs and installation costs, comparing Ivy with another competitor for 2021 is $90,000, or let's call it 100,000. It's probably more accurate. And then as you start adding the users and how many people are using the infrastructure, Ivy still on top of that becomes even more cheap, like less expensive compared to the other operators.
Councilor?
Okay. Thank you. So I guess what I'm hearing is essentially Ivy gets you in the beginning, other vendor will get you in the long term because essentially you're looking at a 10% royalty versus a 4% royalty. It's just when you get hit. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Keeley.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Gallo, second time.
Thank you. I'm a little more confused now than I was at the beginning, fortunately, in terms of Councilor Kim's questions. You, Mr. Mayor, those comparisons that were just stated, do they take into account the funding from NRCan that we can no longer apply for?
Yeah.
For you, Mr. Mayor. No, these would be completely separate from any funding we would have received. These are fees based on usage and has nothing to do with the equipment or installation costs, which are would have been impacted by NRCan.
Councilor?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what you were describing to Councilor Kim is just the operation side of it, not the capital, or were you saying that there were other outfits out there that would do the same service as Ivy, but were more expensive? But I'm still confused about the 20 minimum and the 11 that we're getting.
Ms. Gill?
So just to clarify what I previously said with Councillor Kim, the NRCan funding is specific to the installation and equipment costs only, and there's no funding available for operating these chargers. Regular operating expenses, be it IV or any other vendor or operator, is networking fees, repair and maintenance, customer service. So, if there's a user who is having problems, there's 24-hour call service type thing, and also payment processing. So those are all operating fees that the vendors, in our case Ivy, is doing a whole package for us, and other vendors could do something similar. And now an additional cost that they charge, these operators charge, is through usage. And Ivy, in this case, is charging a 4% chargeback value for every hour, or for the usage, whereas other vendors that we compare to are charging 10 to 15% for that chargeback. So Ivy, as it gets used more, Ivy becomes more attractive, because instead of 10-15% that we need to give back to the operator, we only give back 4. So I'm not sure if that clarifies.
It does. It's just, I'm still, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'm still confused on the link then between the 11 charging stations and the 20 charging stations, and where Ivy fits in.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 20 chargers, if the town would have required 20 charging stations, we could have applied. Actually, we would have needed 22 chargers no matter what, because we need the 20 minimum to meet their NRCan funding. Plus, we would have to order separately 2 other chargers, because Library Square was not eligible for the funding. So it wouldn't make a lot of sense to have all these chargers and not have Library Square, which was, LEED Gold standard building, without any chargers. So, we would need 22 chargers in that case. Then we would have gone, through an RFP, a regular competitive bid in that case with the 20 chargers, if that was the decision in 2019. But because 22 chargers, town staff felt it was too many for the amount of facilities we had, and usage, we didn't feel like that we would meet enough, get enough usage out of them from the public. We felt like 11 was more appropriate. Ivy came in and said, okay, well, I'm working with several municipalities, and we're going to do a joint application to NRCan to receive, so that we can meet the 20 minimum, and you can get your 11 chargers funded. Otherwise, either we didn't get any funding at all, or we would have needed the 22 chargers in our project.
Councillor?
Okay, so and there were no other vendors, through Mr. Mayor, that were offering a similar service?
Not that we knew of, no.
Okay, so I guess it's a little unfair today to be comparing Ivy's proposal to anyone else, because it just, first of all, there's no one else out there that could have done it, unless, as I said when I first spoke, we would have decided to go with 20 at the beginning. So the Ivy comparison, perhaps on the operating side, we can have a debate on that they're cheaper, but there's no way of comparing to any other vendor for a full package, because, well, we hadn't, not council, but somebody made a decision that we only need 11. And I guess that's part of my frustration at the beginning, that I was expressing that I was never part of that decision. And I don't want to repeat myself, but it's unfair, I guess, today to make any comparisons, because we have no choice. There's the only other option is if we outright bought the equipment, operated it, and disregarded the Intercan funds. There is no other options. We're pretty much forced to go with this if we want to install UV stations across the town. Just don't see any other options.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Clerk? Oh, Councillor Kim. Go ahead, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Keeley. I kind of echo Councillor Gallo's sentiments, and I think there may be some confusion around the table. If we were to defer this to the next cycle's council, would we still be in line, or from a timeline, would we still be eligible for the Intercan funding, the group funding?
Ms. Keel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Good question. There's an Enercan construction deadline, which is the end of this year. So if we were not to meet that construction deadline, then our projects wouldn't receive the funding.
Councillor?
Would anyone on staff now online be able to answer that question? Or if we defer this, we just have to risk not meeting the construction deadline?
Mr. Waters, I'm assuming it's either you or Ms. Keel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is we've entered into an MOU with the funding source, and that MOU has to be executed by a certain time, is what I understand. Ms. Keel can correct me on that, which I believe is the end of the month, because we did get extended. And if it's not executed, then I guess we don't participate in the program. The other question is, if we do go back in the next cycle, are we looking at reporting back? What are we looking at doing then, or just having another debate on the matter?
Councillor?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, what I would like is, I think the confusion is it's whether we go with IV with the Intercan funding, or we go with a competitor, which Ms. Keeley said that we're looking at a $90,000 difference. I would like to know what the payback period would be. Is it 7, 10, 15 years to match up the competitors' figures in the 10, 15-year time frame versus the IV proposition? So, if we have something clear in a table form, matching one competitor to another, then it'll be easier for us to make a decision. But we're kind of calculating this in our head, and we don't know what the payback period, we don't know, using the 4% versus 10% royalty. Those are the questions that I think some of us would like to know. But absent that, and it seems like, based on our other municipal siblings are going with this, it seems like we don't have any other choice but to go with them if time is going to be a detriment here. So that's through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Waters. Those are the two items that I wanted to see addressed for next cycle, if given that we have the time.
Mr. Waters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can look. I actually did circulate a comparison. I believe it was Monday, to all of council, that looked at various other options in terms of other equipment if we went other than the IV and Intercan route. So that was circulated Monday, and it did show that there would be significant costs to the town if we decided to move away from the current proposal. So we can look at that more carefully and see if we can get more information for you. And likely we would be We'll try to get to the second cycle of May if possible. But again, I'm not sure if that would result in us losing the NRCan and Ivy League funding.
Counselor?
Thank you. Sorry, I still can't find the email, but I'm sorry I missed it if that was, but if.
Counselor, I'll forward it to you right now.
Yeah, but if other counselors have read it and I'm not seeing too many other dissenters, I don't want to delay this and risk not meeting a funding deadline, so.
For you, Mr. Mayor, can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I did do that analysis that if we were to go with those 2021 pricing values, like the comparison that we made with Ivy. So in a 15% utilization rate, there's no break-even point in the first 10 years under that scenario because of this added chargeback feature that these other operators are using, this higher chargeback. So I did look for the break-even point for that scenario, and it was at a 20% utilization. Year 8 was a break-even point. So it is a higher utilization rate and a longer period compared to Ivy in that scenario. And also the deadline for the town to make a decision for the Ivy agreement is May 10th. That was the date Ivy provided me so that they had enough time to work with their vendors and make the construction deadlines.
Counselor?
Thank you. Yeah, it looks like it was sent yesterday and then more information today. I have no further question. I'll just quickly scan it, but if there's no other questions, then I guess you can go put it to a vote, but I have no further questions.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments, questions? Mr. Clerk, I'll vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for item 7.2.9. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
Councillor Humphreys? Councillor Humphreys is absent. Excuse me. Mayor Marakis.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council will move to 8.2. Meeting achievements, diversity and inclusion mural guidelines, additional information. Recommendation that report number CMS 21-019 be received. 2, that Canadian Achievements, Diversity and Inclusion mural guidelines as amended be approved. 3, that the north facing wall of 15242 Yonge Street be approved as the mural location. 4, that the manager of Library Square be directed to initiate the selection process for the Canadian Achievements, Diversity and Inclusion mural through an online call to artist application process following a public consultation process as outlined in this report. Would someone like to move the recommendations? Councilor Ken, seconder. Councilor Thompson. Any comments or questions on this? Councilor Gilliland.
Thank you. I'm happy staff did come back with some locations, which was specifically what the original motion was about, was identifying locations. You know, if we are going to move forward at any capacity in this project, I think what we should be discussing really is whether or not we decide we like any of these locations and get some feedback from, you know, that point from the task force and maybe the community advisory committee. It is a pretty rather large project, and I do feel, you know, this is something that we should really take our time with to ensure that we're actually choosing the right location. Councillor Kim, I believe it was you that said in your motion that It takes time to find, a canvas with a blank wall without a lot of windows. And this location certainly does pose a lot of windows.
Does, yeah.
And, I think you also said you were willing to wait a couple years to find that perfect blank canvas. And, we have been presented within the last few days from staff 4 other location possibilities, all of which seem to have a rather large blank canvas to consider. So I do think there's some discussion that has to be had about these other locations before jumping into it. Secondly, with the presentation that's been, reports been brought forward, I didn't really see any changes to the subcommittee that was selected in order to choose this art. So I still kind of have an issue with the fact that the majority of the people that are involved in picking this has already been kind of chosen and guided and approved before even getting us so far as to choosing a location. So I feel like we're still taking a few steps ahead before council has given any direction beyond this location. Also, just pointing out, we've had a few emails from some feedback from local artists who have seen the application process in regards to some insurance and WSIB and other criteria. And, they had some valid points and asked some questions like, has the town, sought some advice or collaborated with any local artist about this kind of criteria and guidelines? And it seemed to me that, that step hadn't really been taken as of yet, other than just a comparator to what, the city of Mississauga has done. And, I do believe that we are currently in the midst of creating an art policy or an art plan of sorts. Through you, Mr. Mayor and Ms. McDougall, do we not currently have a call for feedback to join a group to form a new art policy right now?
Ms. McDougall? I'll allow it, but I'm not sure what the policy has to do with the mural. Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a call for members for public art working group. Yes, that is underway right now as part of the development of that policy.
Councillor?
Thank you. And so within the policy guidelines that it's supposed to actually guide for these, whether it be a mural or any kind of public art, I just feel like it would make sense that, if we have any opportunity for public art, this is it, the murals and anything to do with Library Square. And when we have a policy in place or guidelines in place, it helps us kind of make these decisions. And right now, we're not following any kind of guideline or policy to make these decisions. And it's caused some confusion in the process and the way that this has gone forward. I think it's a great initiative. I like the fact that we're going to go ahead with some sort of mural of some sort, but I think the way in the process and going forward has been a little bit a misconception of the process and how we go about things. I still don't understand a budget. There is no specific budget other than a non-secured so-called donation. We still don't really understand. And so I would just like to, discuss a location, bring it back to some committees and, think about this. But at the same time, I really think what we should do is just wait until this policy is in place. I don't see what the rush is. Councillor Kim, you did mention you were willing to wait to find that perfect blank canvas. I think that, that perfect spot's there. I just don't know if the one that's been pre-selected is it. So that would be my comment for tonight.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gallo?
Thank you. And I share some of the concerns, but in addition, I feel rushing this, and I'm not sure why, but these types of things take time and effort and thought, and they don't go away once you do it. Look at the old one; they stay for a long, long time, and the selection of it. To me, I still feel we're putting kind of the cart before the horse. We're in the middle of developing a policy that would dictate how these types of things are executed. Criteria on selection, a site that's going to remain for a long time, perhaps a municipal site, something that's not going to be, potentially redeveloped. I don't think we can say that for site that staff is recommending. A whole series of criteria that policy would establish, and we don't have that. Also, the funding, with all due respect, there's a lot of questions around that. If who's ever, Smart Center is going to be donating those funds, and as I understand it, their name would be on there. To me, there's value to that, and we've taken that opportunity away from anyone else that may have wanted to contribute. And maybe the 10,000 is the best offer, but we don't know that. Maybe there's someone else there that sees value in putting their name on a mural and would want to contribute more. We haven't gone through that process. For some reason, it's arbitrarily chosen by one councillor to seek funding, and it's a done deal. That just doesn't sit right with me. It's not right, and we shouldn't be doing those types of things. Could Smart Centers be a part of it? Absolutely. Why not? We open it up to whomever wants to contribute, and like I said, maybe there's others that would want to contribute more. But there is value in having your name up on a mural for a long, long time. What that value is, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's just moving too fast for my liking. My preference would be, let's hold off until the policy is done. Hopefully that's not a long time. I support the initiative, but I also support doing it right. To me, with selection of the other options of where to do it, Library Square makes a lot of sense, and I would like to put more thought in terms of if that's the right location. It's our property, it'll be there obviously for a long, long time. It's a blank canvas. Just to me, much more thought should be had towards this. And yeah, I'd like to hear others, but I won't be supporting this at this time. I'd like to hear others and perhaps put a motion forward to defer it until after the policy is complete.
Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In past projects, when we were united, when any organization or group or family are united in a project, it's so exciting and exhilarating when a group works together to get something done. It really grieves me when something as worthy as this is challenged and excuses come up as to why it should be delayed, talk about process, and even talk about saving taxpayer money from a corporate partner is that there's something wrong with that. When we talk about the timeline, let's make it clear, it's not my timeline. This was timeline drafted by staff. We approved unanimously on the retaining wall mural on Yonge Street. That was drafted by staff. The diversity mural is following the same process as per staff as the Yonge Street mural, and the only difference is that the subject matter is diversity. And yet the diversity mural has had a much more challenging time getting the go-ahead. If one is adverse to the diversity mural going forward, then just say so. There's no need to make up some kind of excuse about delays or about process or even mentioning about funding. Since when is saving taxpayer money a bad thing? How many times have we sat around the council chambers, especially during budget time, when we question staff about corporate sponsorship and donations to help with operating costs? I think every one of us at some point this term, and I'm certainly last term as well, have commented at that. And now we have a corporate sponsor And now we question the corporate sponsorship. And, just because we have one corporate sponsor, it doesn't mean that we're limited to that. I would urge staff and council to try to get other corporate partners involved as well, because the current corporate partner, it's not, us or that's it. It's not a bidding process. We could have 2 or 3. We don't even know what the cost of this project is right now. I know it's written as 10,000, but it could certainly be more. And it will come. And if that's the case, it'll come back, and we won't know because because we don't know what the artist fees are. We won't know what the total cost could be. It could be 12,000. It might be 7. But let's let staff put out the tender to see, what artists, what possibilities are there. At that point, we could talk about, gee, you know what, it's 50,000, and I'm just putting that large amount out there, and this project is not viable. Then maybe we stop if we're not willing to put town funds into it. But if the funding is the issue, then I would urge Councillor Gillan or Gallo or whoever else around the table to put an amendment and say, let's have taxpayer pay for this.
Oh.
I'm fine for that. If a corporation was willing to donate towards our food bank, would we try and delay and challenge it? And there's some process. In the end, the objective is something good for our community. And in the end, the council will make the decision. But I have to remind everyone, this is the same process that was followed in the retaining wall on Yonge Street, which was unanimous. And that didn't even have a diversity topic. So, I don't know what else to say, but, it's, this is a group decision. It's a council decision. And, please, vote with your conscience and what you think is best for the town. If my feeling is I'm not bent on timelines. I did say that I'm not restricted by time. If as we go through this process, if there are some hiccups, if there are challenges, then we extend it. But we don't even know what, we haven't even gone to the tender, and we're already talking about let's delay this a little bit more, think about it a little bit more. In terms of the locations, we are making a decision. When you look at the town, what better location is there other than at Yonge and Wellington, which is our downtown core? You have the heaviest traffic, you have Library Square coming up. I understand, Councillor Gallo's recommendation.
Time, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion to extend. Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Gardner. We'll just do a hand vote on this one. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, to what time?
It goes to 11 on the first one.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those opposed, that carries. Councillor Gardner, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very important mural. It's something that the town, it's not only good to do, it needs to be done. We need to show our support. I have a couple comments. One is with respect to corporate donations with respect to public art, especially if they want their logo on the art. I do think that there has to be a process. I don't know if we have one in place, but I definitely think there needs to be a process for them. And with respect to having, a corporate logo on this, I don't like that idea. This is a piece of public art about diversity. I don't want to commercialize it. I don't want to, that idea doesn't sit well with me at all. With respect to the location, there are way too many windows on that other location. It would just be too hard to work with. I didn't see the 4 other locations that were suggested. I do think that Yonge and Wellington is the best location. But that location, it looks to me like it has about, I don't know, 15 windows maybe. And that is also used as residential apartments on the 2nd floor. So I don't know, that we'd have to maybe take that into consideration. This needs to be great, and it needs to last for a long time, and it needs to be repeated either with the same theme or with a different theme. I'm an invisible minority, but I know that the stories that are coming out in the last year, we definitely need to honor diversity. I know that it's staff's timeline, but I don't think we should rush this. We need to get it right the first time. And it's not trying to put aside or not honor the subject matter. It's just that it's such an important subject matter that we need to, it needs to be as perfect as it can be. So I can't vote for this either.
Councilor Humphries?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I said enough last week, but I just have a question. We keep saying the timeline is rushed timeline, it's staff's timeline. May I hear from staff? Do you feel the timeline's rushed and we're doing this all wrong?
I don't know if that's a fair question.
It's a question. I mean, I don't understand why we have no confidence in staff right now, but I'd like to ask staff how you feel about the process. And do you feel uncomfortable? Are you comfortable after what you've heard tonight?
Councilor, I'm actually not going to allow
Is that not good? Okay. How about this? To you, Mr. Mayor, how confident do you feel that we're going to make the timeline and that you're going to get the results that you're looking for? Through Mr. Mayor to Mr. Rose.
Phil?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a tough question. You know, the timetable that's put in there is obviously subject to a bunch of variables that have to be met. It begins, you know, with council approval. Of course, without that, we can't take direction to move forward. But in terms of, I mean, there was never, I mean, this was never meant to be rushed in the sense of let's get this done, you know, regardless of what the quality is. It's meant to, you know, meet the quality standards as well as getting a project done within a given year. We thought that was doable, and when we started the conversations with the task force, and the motion from Councillor Kim that was supported by council was October of last year. So our original estimate that we would, you know, take this year to, you know, execute this project, we thought that was doable. But again, this is a project of significance. It's got a number of variables. And we, you know, made sure with like a lot of public art projects that when you put a timetable together, you always put a caveat at the bottom that, you know, is subject to change based on, you know, whatever the variables may be. So, you know, if everything went smoothly, you know, following council approval, I think the timetable that we put in there, which is roughly, you know, a 6 or 7 month time period from releasing the call to artists to actually executing the mural, is more than enough time. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Oh, no, that does actually. No, thank you very much. And I think you highlighted that this, you know, conversation or motion began October last year. That's 6 months ago. And it's amazing how we all think things are being rushed when we become involved in the political process. If this was a corporate world, it wouldn't stand up at all. I know it's important and the right thing needs to be done, and we're just starting. It's going out for the tender. It's going out for feedback. May come back very different and may come back. We need another 2 years.
maybe 4 years. I don't know. So for me, I'd like to see this moving forward. I know the public art policy is coming forward, and we'll be able to take a look at that at the same time. I believe the same people working on this are involved in the public art policy. So I'm sure they can put parallels together and be able to work very diligently to ensure that it's aligned to that. I'm not too worried about moving forward right now. I think we have a long way to go. And I think as we learn, as we go forward, it's really important. And, you know, I really would love us to all sort of at least start this process and then, you know, travel with it. This is brand new to all of us. And I think it's exciting and something we need to celebrate. So that's just my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments or questions? Before I go anywhere for a second time, I'll throw in my comments. You know, I think we can achieve what we're all looking at trying to do by adding just one simple clause, and I just make the recommendation that you could throw in the fact that once the call for artists has gone out and the selection committee has picked one, that it returns back to council for final approval. And I think that kind of solves a lot of the issues we would see with the final thing is. But, you know, when you look at this, and you look at the overall, what's trying to be achieved here, we're just going out for a call for artists to see what their thoughts are. Let's hear what the experts have to say. Let's hear what the art experts think can be put on if this is the location that we wanted to go with. Is it too many windows? Maybe it's not. Maybe they're gonna come back with an exceptional rendition of promoting diversity in our community that we're going to be so wowed that we'll be like, this is incredible. So let's give the artists the opportunity to present to us what their thoughts are and what their opportunities. That's what's in front of us. And so let's do that. And as far as from the location perspective, I think this is a great location. What better location than to be at the heart of our downtown core? When people enter into Yonge and Wellington, into our revitalized downtown, and you have a wall of mural from one end all the way to the other, with the rainbow crosswalk right there in the middle, talking about how inclusive and diverse our community is to everyone as they enter into our downtown core. I think it's an incredible thing, an incredible statement to make right across, not only in this town, but in York region. So I like the location. I'd love to see what the artists in our community and beyond come back with. And so I'd like that opportunity to see that. So I'm in favor of moving forward at this time. Councilor Gallo.
Thank you. And, you know, a whole bunch of things. First off, the third recommendation states that the north facing wall of 1524 Yonge Street be approved as the mural location. So we're not asking a committee to decide on mural location. We are deciding that that is the location. Certainly they can come back and say, guys, it's not possible, you know, just for whatever reason, but we're not telling them, what do you think? We're saying council has decided that as a location. In terms of timing, you know, I'm really perplexed, and I don't want to repeat myself because I said it last time, probably 2 times. You know, in October, the motion was to select a location. About a month ago, we got one location and a whole slew of other information that we never asked for. Good, bad, I don't know, but nobody directed staff to do anything more than select the location. And we came back with one location. So in the last, sure, it started in October, but in the last month, the process has gone very, very fast. Committees, location, all kinds of things. And to me, that's how mistakes happen. In terms of, you know, I bit my tongue and I was about to, you know, push the little clap in terms of Councillor Kim's comments, because referring to the only difference from the other mural to this is diversity, insinuating that that is the reason why I am not in favor of this is not only insulting, but embarrassing, because it couldn't be farther from the truth. I supported this and I want it to happen, but it needs to be done right. And to suggest that corporate sponsorship with a logo should be explored, and perhaps we can do better. If that's negative, so be it. That's what I believe, and that's what I think we should be doing. To suggest that maybe we can explore in more detail other locations, what's wrong with that? It has nothing to do with not approving a location. Yes, is it the same process that we took with the other one? Absolutely. But on second thought, can we not say, okay, maybe I made a mistake with that. Maybe more details should be put around with more complex murals. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with changing your mind? Those are my issues. In the absence of a fulsome policy, we're making these decisions. And if we're going to do that, it's going to take even more time to get it right. These things don't go away. So if you're making a correlation between me suggesting that a corporate sponsor shouldn't have their logo on there, or it should be a public process, me suggesting that we should put some time into a proper location, and it may be that corner, making the jump that it's a diversity issue, that's the only thing it's just ridiculous. And it shouldn't even be coming out of anyone's mouth. And I'll take the view that you didn't mean it that way, but that's how I interpreted that. And I didn't appreciate it.
Councilor Thompson, first time.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Rose Donahue. Phil, would it be possible if we went out to call to artists where you just simply provided them with the 4 locations and let them choose the location, let them decide which canvas they want to utilize, and that be part of their proposal to the town? Because, all 4 of them are different shapes and sizes and probably lend itself to a different end product to some degree. And so is that something that either was considered previously or could be considered going forward, whereby you say, here are the 4 different potential locations, you submit your proposal on which one you would like and what it would kind of look like in the end?
No.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That is definitely doable. I mean, the guidelines are meant to basically go start a conversation with the artistic community. They're meant to be able to put out, specific parameters in terms of content, but not, as the report mentions, not be too prescriptive in terms of exactly what we're looking for. And really the guidelines, as I mentioned, is sort of just that springboard into engaging the artistic community and listening to them in terms of, their feedback and their experience. So in terms of the guidelines, I mean, there's multiple, there's myriad different ways of constructing them. So certainly we could adjust the guidelines to do just as you said, Councillor Thompson, where we would include, 4 different locations. And as part of the application process, the artist can choose, submit a design as well as, choose their preference of location. We could ask them to rank them if we wanted to, or just, choose one. The other way we could do it is completely remove the location entirely from the guidelines and simply ask artists to submit a guideline using the themes that are in the guidelines. And then we could choose, a location at a later date, depending on, the winning selection that we get. So I hope that answers your question. There's lots of flexibility in the way that we construct the guidelines. But again, they're meant to be sort of, an avenue to have a conversation with the artistic community.
No, I appreciate that. And, I was just listening to the comments around the table and, trying to find a path whereby we can all agree. I think we all want to see this happen, but we all, there have been different issues raised, and, perhaps this is a way for all members of council to get behind and support it. Let the artists decide where to put the mural in terms of their vision and what they want to do. And then it becomes part of the selection process. And then to Mayor Marakis's point, final approval rests with us. And so rather than us decide which of the 4 locations we want, let's see the end product. Let's see what it could look like on any one of those 4 walls. And then we can decide which one is best to, support go forward with. To me, that might be a way to move forward with this and continue the momentum without any further delays. And so, those are my thoughts.
Councillor Gill on second comment.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. I thought that's actually a pretty interesting idea to let the artist decide, although I still think it could be a little bit premature. Still trying to understand through the artist's point of view. I know that there was some emails back and forth, and one of the main takeaways from the artist was the town really needs to consider what they're doing from the artist's point of view, not from how they work as general contractors or based on what our other municipalities are doing. They are feeling and sensing by the feedback that the guidelines that are already in place don't really reflect or represent what they feel that they're capable of doing in order to, I guess, give us what we need. And staff has admittedly had said that we are doing this process and undertaking it outside of an art policy process. And I think that's kind of what's lacking in that miscommunication. So as we are reaching out to the public, trying to engage new people to come in to help design this art policy is for this exact reason. So we have these guidelines, and the people that will be on this policy planning group is not going to be the same people who's the selection committee right now. Is designed to reach out to other people in the art community to help design this. We're already feeling some pushback from various artists on how we have perceived what these guidelines should look like, and we haven't even started yet based on the other street murals. So if we haven't even gotten this down pat with these other street murals, what makes us believe that we're going to have this down pat on this rather large mural? So again, here we are with this timeline, and forgive me, Councillor Kim, but I believe in your motion at the time you presented it, you said your ideal timeline was to have this presented with some locations in January, February, with a timeline to have it done by fall or summer. So, and you admittedly had said that you would prefer to have a timeline like this presented, and had guided and asked staff to come back and present a timeline. And yeah, staff did come back from this. I think what's missing here, and forgive me, because I think this is a great initiative, but when I first saw this report, my immediate reaction was, all these decisions have been made, and yet council has had no input on it. And I just, again, I think Councillor Gallo's point is the cart before the horse. And it's just that missing link. It's like, why are we sitting around? Why are we here? Why are we here voting? What if the work is already being done behind the scenes, which is how I felt. That's how I took it, was behind the scenes, because it was announced that we're having funding at a task force committee meeting in January, before council was officially notified, then written in the paper, and then we're officially told about it now. I kind of feel like I've been in the dark the entire time. So yeah, forgive me. I feel like there's a process that's been missing there. And I think out of courtesy and out of respect for the rest of the council, that we should have the opportunity to follow the process of the motion and what we intended, which was the picking a location. We all love the idea, but it's just, there's a missing link. I would love to be able to pick a location that I feel is appropriate as the blank canvas, as you said. The specific first thing, Councillor Kim, you had said was, I know it's going to take a lot of time to find a blank canvas that doesn't have a lot of windows. Well, here we are with the one location presented with a lot of windows. So it's very contradicting. And we don't know what the best place is. We don't know what the answers are. And that's what a policy is for. And that's why we go out and we investigate and we ask questions. And clearly, the artists have already sent emails asking us, please reach out to us, because these guidelines just don't seem to kind of work in line with what we're trying to achieve here, and don't have a lot of faith in the fact that we're going to get as much talent to apply just based on some of these guidelines on a mega city like Mississauga. Like, I think that we have time to step back, look at this art policy. I think the art policy thing is a great thing. It's being developed. Its due date is May 7th. It hasn't even been formed yet. And, comments were said, let the committee decide, the artists decide, that was the other comment. Well, the committee is 4 people from the community task force, 1 staff member, and 1 art professional. So who are the art professionals on this subcommittee? Somebody please explain that to me. So again, we're contradicting ourselves. There is no guideline of what these subcommittees make up. There is no guideline of how we're doing this selection process. And it just seems like it's kind of like ad hoc. We're just kind of throwing it out there, just trying to get it done. And I feel like we need to really do it right.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? None? Oh, Councillor Kim. Go ahead, second time. You're on mute, Councillor.
As I was saying, working on a new computer, and I had trouble finding the buttons, including the unmute and the end button. There was nothing implied. Hope Councillor Gallo will forgive me if he thought anything was implied by my comment about the difference between the two murals. I was just commenting that there is no difference other than that point. And there is no reason why there should be such great debate over this one. That was all that I implied. I don't know about everyone else, but personally, I feel like this is personal to some of you. I mean, every challenge that you guys put forward, it's all about Councillor Kim or me. It's like you guys are trying to put in a gotcha moment, which is, highly unfortunately adversarial, which is not the type of environment that I wish to work in. I've always said, and I think it's mentioned a couple of times, that it's not about who has the great idea, it's about supporting the great idea. And the tone that I'm receiving, that I received in GC and here tonight, it's very adversarial. It's not about cooperation or partnership. That's the tone I get. That's subjective, but that's the tone I'm getting. And for me, I put this out there because I thought it was an important project for the town. I didn't think that this was going to receive so much backlash. I mean, the fact that a couple of you are focusing on the corporate donation and the sponsorship as opposed to the other aspects of the project, it's befuddling to me. It makes it more personal than as opposed to trying to build something together. I think most of you know me well enough that there is no ulterior motive behind this other than it's a diversity mural, and it is important to me and many people in the community. Just like the Multicultural Festival, like, let's not try to politicize this. In terms of the sponsorship, in terms of the logo, I don't believe that they really care about the size of the fonts and the corporate sponsorship. From what I understand from staff, it's going to be barely noticeable at street level. Unless you're like 5 feet away from it, it's going to be so small it won't even be noticed. I have nothing else to say because, I'm just at a loss for words. I'm just really tired. I'm almost regretting even putting this forward. You guys can vote on this. I don't take offense. If you guys feel that it's being rushed, that there's other, I agree with Councillor Gallo, that certainly the Library Square would be, a prime location as well. But when the final product is built, which wall will we think that's going to be the right decision? So, sure, we can wait a couple of years or a year and a half and wait for that. But what if we find at the end of the year and a half that we still like Yonge and Wellington? In the end, Library Square would be a great location, but Yonge and Wellington is a great location. I think from what I'm hearing, majority of you guys feel that Yonge and Wellington is a great location. It has great traffic. You can't lose either way. If you can't lose either way, whether it's Library Square when it's built, and who knows, like, are you going to have a lot of traffic in terms of car traffic as well as pedestrian traffic compared to Yonge and Wellington versus right onto Church Street or facing Victoria? Those are the things that you'll have to weigh. But there's no.
At your time, Councilor.
Okay, that's it, and you put it to a vote. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I need a motion to extend. Someone want to put a motion forward? And
To 11:30 tops.
To 11:30 for half an hour. Someone to second that? Councilor Humphries, thank you. All those in favor? Hands up. Opposed? That carries. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Otherwise, I'm calling a vote. Councilor Thompson, second time.
Thank you. I'd like to put forward that amendment with regards to allowing the artist to pick any one of the 4 locations and just submit it. However, I'm not sure if that would be contrary to the third recommendation, since it's already calling for the approval of a specific one. So perhaps I can ask our clerk to weigh in.
Mr. Clerk, my recommendation is, and maybe Mr. Clerk, you can say, as the chair, I would say that you just remove the third clause.
We could do that. I've just through you, Mr. Mayor, excuse me, as the discussion's been going, I've crafted an amendment that we could put on the screen that I think is not contrary and speaks to what Councilor Thompson was speaking of. Maybe we can just throw that up quick and with if you're okay, Mr. Mayor, of course, your decision, then we'll move forward.
Let's see it, Mr. Clerk. Appreciate the proactiveness.
I feel like we need the Jeopardy theme music.
Rob saying.
My apologies. It's just, there it is.
All right. That the third clause be amended to provide a choice for artists submitting a proposal to decide which of the 4 locations they would prefer to work with.
I'm fine putting that forward.
Okay. Would someone like to second that? Councilor Kim, thank you. Any comments or questions, or I'm calling the vote on the amendment? Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for the amendment put forward by Councilor Thompson. Councilor Thompson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Kim?
Yes.
Councilor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councilor Gardner?
Yes.
Mayor Maracus?
Yes.
Councilor Gallo?
Yes.
And Councilor Humphries.
Yes.
Motion or the amendment carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Back to the main motion as amended.
I have a second amendment I'd like to put forward, following up on your suggestion, Mayor Maracus, is to insert into the timeline that is subject to final approval by council.
Mr. Clerk, added clause?
Through
Or,
Mr.
or,
Yes.
just added to the last clause, is an amendment added to the last clause.
I would, I think I'd add a clause in this case, make a 5th clause that the selection process or the final selection be subject to final council approval.
Okay. Is Councilor Thompson, is that what you're asking for?
I think that's what you suggested, was it not?
Yes, it was.
There you go.
Someone like to second that? Councilor Gardner, thank you. If there's no comments or questions, I'll call a vote on the amendment. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for the amendment, again, moved by Councilor Thompson regarding final approval of artist selection for council. Councilor Humphries, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Gallo?
Yes.
Councilor Gardner?
Yes.
Councilor Kim?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis,
Yes.
Councillor Thompson,
Yes.
and Councillor Gilliland.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Back to the main motion as amended. Again, Councillor Thompson, you have the floor still.
Thank you. I appreciate my colleagues supporting those amendments, and I hope that between now and that final process, we can work together to, address some of those concerns, and at the end of the day, have a product that we all stand behind and are proud to have. So that's it.
Councillor. Any other comments or questions? I only have Councillor Humphries and Councillor Gardner that haven't spoken twice. No, good. Call the vote as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recorded vote for the main motion as amended. Councillor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Humphries?
Yes.
Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
No.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
And Councillor Gallo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing what those artists come back with. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We are moving to, we have two motions. We'll see if we can get through them.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Gardner.
I'd like to suggest the one that's more time sensitive is the fireworks bylaw. The other one can wait for the next week, the next cycle.
Okay, well, we'll start with that one, and if we have to refer the other one, we can do that at that time. So let's start with 9.2, which is motion by Councillor Gardner in regards to Town of Aurora fireworks bylaw number 5373-11. Councillor Gardner, did you want to move as is?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Someone like to second that motion? Councillor Kim, thank you. Councillor Gardner, floor is yours.
So I think everybody knows by now I'm not very good at motions. What I'm trying to bring to our attention is that we have a fireworks bylaw. It's actually called, it's not called that. A bylaw to prohibit and regulate the sale and setting off of fireworks in the town of Aurora, shortened to the fireworks bylaw. And it was formed under the jurisdiction of the Municipal Act, the Fire Prevention Act, Protection and Prevention Act, and also the Explosive Act. And I think that this summer is going to be an interesting summer. There's probably going to be a lot of pent-up energy. And I think there's going to be a lot of fireworks. And we have this comprehensive bylaw that talks about, who can buy these, where they have to be displayed, when they can be set off. You have to have extinguishing equipment when you go. It can't be on public property, can't be on school property. It's so full of things you can't do, restrictions. And I don't think the public is aware of this. And I certainly don't know if the retail stores are, because, it's very strict about where they can put fireworks and when they can advertise them and who they can sell them to. You can't be a minor. And all of this is in place for safety reasons. So, I'm not sure exactly how to come at this, because we have a bylaw in place. The fire services is responsible, I think, for part of it. I think bylaw is responsible for part of it. There's no jurisdiction given in the bylaw. But for example, how do the retail stores know all of the regulations and that they're supposed to be posting them next to where the fireworks are sold? So how do we get these things done? I think from what I understand from the chief, they look after, we look after the sale and the storage. No, I'm wrong. They look after the sale and the storage of fireworks. Especially, there's two categories. There's the family fireworks, which is what we see people getting together to do, and then there's just the display fireworks. So I'm not sure through the director what exactly is it that we're responsible for, and especially the enforcement of these things.
Ms. Van Leeuwen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So Central York Fire Services is responsible for issuing permits for display fireworks because they are more hazardous, and anybody who's setting off display fireworks has to be have some certifications under the Explosive Act. And then the setting off of family fireworks are the fireworks that you can purchase in a retail store, and there are provisions in the bylaw as to age requirements, and like you said, fire extinguishers and water need to be on site for the setting off of family fireworks, and the time being Victoria Day the day before and Canada Day and the day before. Those are the only times you can set off family fireworks. We do have delegated authority for special occasions, though, under our delegated authority bylaw. Yeah, that would permit other celebrations.
I thank you. And it's a long bylaw. I thought I'd asked for it to be included with my motion. But for example, okay, with respect to the selling of the fireworks, they're not allowed to be sold in the town except for those 7 days, Victoria Day and Canada Day. But right now you could go out and there's signs in stores that say, fireworks for sale. Whether or not they actually have them, I don't know. But how do you ensure that the retail establishments know all of these regulations and follow them?
Ms. Van Leeuwen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as you mentioned, that the display and storage of fireworks falls under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. So my thought is we can collaborate with Central York Fire Services and do an education campaign. The other thought is we could possibly consider licensing these business establishments, so that if they wanted to sell fireworks, they'd have to obtain a permit from us or a license from us for the sale of fireworks. We'd have to do an amendment to our licensing bylaw for that. But we would want to partner with Central York Fire Services.
Councillor?
I would appreciate you having that discussion with them. And with respect to, let me just repeat that. I would really appreciate you having that discussion with them. And they think that the when and the where, we're responsible for that. And that's only complaint driven. Is that basically how it is? We have to rely on the public to call us and complain?
Ms. Van Leeuwen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's typically how we respond to any of these issues, is we're complaint driven. And then often, because fireworks are, set off and 10 minutes later it's done, and by the time we get an officer out there, we don't have the evidence, but we do educate at that time. So we go through an education process and we advise them of the timelines and the bylaw and things like that. And I can say also, I can add that we receive very few complaints related to fireworks. I would say around 1 or 2% of our complaints are fireworks.
Okay, so the whole reason for this bylaw is for safety, to make sure that people don't get hurt and the property doesn't get damaged. And if I'm right about this, there's going to be a lot of fireworks this summer. If somebody has an issue with this, who do they call? Like, who are you going to, fireworks are only going to go off from dusk till maybe 11 at night.
Counselor, I'll ask that last question of Ms. Van Leeuwen, but you're at time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So after hours, the call would go to our after hours call center, and they do have our schedule of bylaw officers that are on duty, and they would call the bylaw officer, to which then they would respond. If we don't have an officer on duty at that particular time, because we don't have 24/7 coverage, we receive the complaints on Monday morning, and that's where we would attend the site and go through that education process at that time as well.
Thank you. Counselor, we'll get you on your second time around. So Counselor Gallo?
Thank you. And as I'm listening to this, I'm trying to wrap my head around, are we solving a problem by doing this? I mean, do we have an issue that we need to deal with? I think I just heard Ms. Van Leeuwen say that the complaints are very few. If there's some statistics that are saying that retailers are dumping these things and people are misusing them, I'm trying to figure out what problem we're solving, especially in these crazy times. The last thing I want is more restrictions for the public. My view is let them enjoy the damn fireworks. If we feel that there's some issues, then okay, let me see the statistics, let me see the data, and let's try to address them. We have a bylaw in place. It's there for people to follow. To be quite honest, whether they do it in their front yards or across the street or on the street, you know what? I'm sorry, but the way we're in society right now, it wouldn't bother me one bit. They're finding some enjoyment. There's a balance of safety. You know, it doesn't bother me one bit. The last thing I want to do is have the firefighters try to solve a problem that really doesn't exist. The legislation is there. If someone is being egregious, there's a system in place to be able to deal with it. I really don't understand the purpose of this and what we're trying to solve. That's my feelings.
Thank you, Counselor Gallo. Counselor Humphreys?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And while I appreciate Councillor Gartner's motion, I understand, where you're coming. I believe, just concerned that, the retailers are selling these things, but, they're not really adhering to perhaps our bylaws. And our bylaws have, some pretty specific guidelines. And I have to say, you may not remember this, but
I do.
We had some complaints way back in the day, 2011 to be exact. So what we did with some further restrictions, I believe, in Ms. Van Leeuwen helped me so much on that one. And I think one of the things that I think is really important is we do a lot of education. I don't know how much we do it, the last few years, because I believe you're right. I haven't had many complaints since those changes way back when. So there's a little bit of restriction to how long or how often anyone could use fireworks, but very hard to regulate unless you have a case like we did, which was people that would set them off all weekend long, all hours of the day for hours at a time. And that's a problem. It's easier to catch, right? Yeah. But I hear you about, concerns of dangerous and hurting people or damaging property. So that is concerning. Do we want to just perhaps have staff take a look at the motion and see if there's anything that can be tweaked, or perhaps our motions or regulations stand? I don't know, but it's always good to review, I think. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Hillman.
Was I introduced? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I didn't hear. Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor to Ms. Van Leeuwen, do you know if the Central York Fire Services already has an educational campaign that they roll out annually at this time of that time of year or during those specific times of year?
Ms. Van Leeuwen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know they do some public messaging around Victoria Day and Canada Day in both Newmarket and Aurora, and as well our communications team also pushes out that messaging to the public just to educate them. But in terms of, I know the prevention division of Central York Fire Services, they do educational campaigns on an ongoing basis for multiple things, you know, smoke alarms and things like that. So I'm not 100% sure if they do this for the storage, display, and selling of fireworks. We have reached out to them in the last few days, haven't heard back yet.
Councillor?
Thank you. And that was my other question, was about our own communications. Do we also send out our own communication? Do we create those pieces of public engagement, or is that something that you just share in conjunction with what information has been given to you by Central York Fire Services?
Ms. Bennett?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. These are, we do a little bit of both. So we do share what the region puts out, and we also do have the specific to Aurora communications that are.
I'm sorry, you cut out at the end there.
Ms. Bennett, you cut out at the end. Can you just restate that last piece?
Certainly, through you, Your Worship. I was just saying that we do a little bit of both. We have we use the materials that the region provides, and we also have Aurora specific communications that are tailored to our community that we use.
Councillor?
Thank you. I mean, that's really good to hear that we do have this information as well. I kind of agree with Councillor Gallo about this specific issue or problem we're trying to solve. I think it's great if we maybe, maybe communications could just maybe ramp up and do an extra social media blast, or I don't know, maybe an ad in the paper. I don't know, just to kind of ensure that people are aware of what those rules are. So they are safe, during this time when we are, potentially all still at home, and maybe we'll be engaging in more fireworks than normal if we're all in this at-home order for a period of time. So maybe it's just a matter of being able to extend or ramp up the communication. Is that something communications could do?
Ms. Bennett?
Through you, Your Worship, absolutely, that is something that we can do, and my team will work with the bylaw team to make sure that the messaging is appropriate and accurate, and that we put it out at the right time. We can certainly do that.
Councillor?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gardner, second time. Get you to wrap up, I guess, since no one else wants to speak. Go ahead.
I understand what Councillor Gallo is saying, and Councillor Gilland, and Councillor Humphreys. What I'm trying to say is that we have this extensive bylaw. I'm sure nobody read it. It's filled with guidelines, rules. They're not guidelines, with rules and regulations. It's there to make sure that people set fireworks off safely. And it does have times when they can do it. Whether you agree or not, we've got a bylaw that says it. It's going to be a different kind of a summer. And I'm sure we had fireworks all last summer as well. We'll probably have them this summer. But then if you just want to leave it as it is and not do anything with it, first of all, I'd like to know at some point whether there's a liability issue if we have this all on the books and we don't, we just let it sit there. But the second thing is, then let's at least have bylaw staff work Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 8:30 at night to 10:30 at night or to 11. I mean, if anybody does want to complain, if there are any issues, they should be able to get a hold of bylaw. They shouldn't be calling into a call answering service for investigation on a Monday. That makes no sense to me. I think that's a small ask. And I think it's a practical ask. And, you know, hopefully everybody will be safe. But you got a bylaw here that's under Fire Prevention and Protection and the Explosive Act. We've got to pay it some serious attention. And fun is great, letting loose is great. But this might be the most serious bylaw we have on the books. And I think we need to take it seriously. And it doesn't seem that we're doing that. And I don't know, I'm sure it's very hard to enforce for our bylaw department. I don't know if there would be any changes that can be made to do that. It is a fantastic bylaw. We did great in 2011. I want to know about the liability issue, Mr. Mayor. Maybe that can just be an aside for another day. But at least give me give this bylaw and give me, for working on this, the respect that we have some bylaw on call when the most likely times are for people to set up fireworks. And it's like maybe 9 hours in the whole week. It's going to be the weekends and it's going to be dusk for a little bit because people can't afford to have fireworks that go on and on and on. And I really would like to have the education component there. You're supposed to have a fire extinguisher when you set off fireworks. I really would like to stress that and stress the, if you're on public property, if you're on our property, or you're on the school board's property without permission and you're not allowed to be, that to me is also an issue. And I don't know if you agree with that, but I don't think you can just sit on the books and we just leave it there until maybe there's an unfortunate accident. We at least have to do the education component and have bylaw in place if there are problems. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Councilor Gilliland.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gartner. Are you intending on changing or amending your motion to ask for bylaw to be working extra hours on those days? Is that what you're trying to achieve then? Because that's kind of what I'm hearing, what you would like. But right now it's just specifically just an educational ask, which I kind of feel like we already kind of have a system in place for that. So are we voting on, I mean, this is the motion in front of us is about education.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know, can I put that in a bylaw? I mean, can I put that in my motion? Through you to Mr. Clerk?
Councilor, you can put it forward. I would, my recommendation would be is that we don't get into directing staff to what hours of the day that staff work on, but that's just my recommendation. I mean, we can have a discussion, directing as a council to decide which hours. I don't think that should fall under our purview, but I mean, we can have a discussion with staff offline and say, listen, we'd like to see maybe someone, working during those holiday hours, just in case something comes in.
Well, it's not only going to, thank you, Mr. Mayor, it's not only going to be holiday hours, it's going to be, I think Councilor Gallo's right. I think people are going to be, enjoying fireworks. So it's going to be on the weekend hours from dusk till an hour and a half after dusk. I don't know. I don't get why you don't think this is really important, generally, to all of you. But I would ask Obviously, Ms. Van Leeuwen has heard the discussion. And we did discuss it before as well, Ms. Van Leeuwen and myself. And I know Bylaw's busy. I'm sure Bylaw's busy all the time.
Councilor Gardner, I'm going to stop it because Councilor Gilliland actually has the floor. So she was just asking.
Oh, so sorry.
Councilor Gilliland, back to you.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor to Ms. Van Leeuwen, just kind of touching on what Councilor Gardner is trying to achieve here.
I'm going to have to, Councilor, I'm going to have to stop you. We need a
I-
motion to extend.
I just wanted to ask about
Oh,
the,
no, but I need a motion to extend. We're at 11:30.
oh,
We can't do anything. I need a motion to extend. How long?
I don't know, 15 minutes?
I say let's go 10 minutes. We can get this wrapped up in 10 minutes. Councilor Gardner, second. All those in favor? Opposed? Yeah, carries. Yeah, 10 minutes. Let's go. Councilor.
Thank you. So, Ms. Van Leeuwen, just, does staff typically work these hours already, or can you just kind of explain a little bit about maybe the resources and kind of how it works, just so I can understand what we're trying to achieve here tonight and what's within our purview?
Ms. Van Leeuwen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have staff on in the evenings. I don't recall if it's 7 days a week in the evenings, but due to COVID, we also have to prioritize our calls. And so when the calls come in, if we're dealing with gatherings or issues in the parks, or there is a lot going on right now. And so we're actually trying to increase our patrols of the parks because we're noticing that there's some social gatherings going on. And so again, it's as police do, we prioritize calls.
Councilor?
Thank you. And I guess to be more specific in a question, typically on, say, a long weekend where fireworks are permitted, is it kind of best practice or common practice that, bylaw would be out patrolling that night, just knowing that, there are extra safety protocols in place? Is that something you would just typically do on a typical year within these long weekends?
Van Leeuwen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I said, we do have staff working evenings throughout the summer months. Like I said, we don't receive very many complaints with regards to fireworks. Very few, less than 1% of our complaints are related to fireworks. And to my recollection in the 15 years here, we haven't had any safety issues related to fireworks as well.
Councilor?
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. We're just trying to understand kind of like the process and, the resources and kind of typically what you would do year over year. I appreciate what Councilor Gardner is trying to achieve here. Education is important. Obviously, we want to make sure people are following, but if we're not receiving the complaints, and it's 1 or 2% of calls, I don't know why we would redirect our staff specifically to spend more money on resources and time in an area that's not really proven to cause a lot of commotion, just by being proactive and assuming. So I don't know, in my opinion at this time, I just don't know if this is the right direction to take based on what's being presented today, but I appreciate what Councilor Gardner is trying to do.
Any other comments, questions? All vote. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for motion B on this evening's agenda. Councilor Kim, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Maracus?
No.
Councilor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilor Humphreys?
Yes.
Councilor Gilliland?
No.
Councilor Gardner?
Yes.
And Councilor Gallo?
No.
The motion is defeated.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councilor Gardner, did you want to refer it to the
Yes, please.
meeting in May?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you want to put that forward? Someone like to second that? Councilor Humphreys? All the vote?
Court vote for deferring the motion to the May council meeting. That's motion A. Councillor Gardner, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Mayor Maracus?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Humphries?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
And Councillor Gilliland.
Yes.
Motion is carried and such deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We are going to skip new business and we're going to move to bylaws. I need a motion to move the bylaws. Councillor Thompson, second. Councillor Kim, any questions or comments on the bylaws? Councillor Gallo?
Mayor, I'd like to, I'm not even sure which bylaw it is, but it's the one with the funding. I'd like to either break it up. I'm not sure how to deal with it. I support one of the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Are we talking about for the,
there's no number to the bylaw, so it's the funding.
I believe it's 11.1.
yeah, 11.1, I believe it is, Council.
Okay.
So you want to separate that one?
Just want to separate the 4 funding options there. There's the SARC, Hallmark, Aurora Sports Dome, and Aurora Sports Dome retrofit.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can we separate those?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think so. I think they're all part of one bylaw, unfortunately. So I don't think we could separate them. Not in a way I can think of, at least.
All right, I'll vote against it. That's fine.
Thank you, Councillor. So do you want me just to separate that one bylaw though for you, Councillor? Okay, so let's vote on bylaws 11. Actually, let's just do 11.1 first. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for bylaw 11.1 on this evening's agenda. Councillor Humphries, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
No.
Councillor Gallo?
No.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
And Mayor Maracus.
Yes.
The bylaw carries.
Thank you. And now we'll do 11.2 and 11.3. Same mover, same second. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for the 2 remaining bylaws on this evening's agenda. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote?
Yes. Sorry.
You.
Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
Councillor Humphries?
Yes.
And Mayor Maracus.
Yes.
Bylaws carry.
Thank you. Confirming bylaw. Someone like to move that? Councillor Humphrey, seconded by Councillor Kim. Call the vote.
Or vote for the confirming bylaw. Councillor Gallo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Gilliland?
Yes.
Councillor Humphries?
Yes.
Councillor Gardner?
Yes.
Mayor Maracus?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
And Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
Bylaw carry.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gallo, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your week. Stay safe. And we'll see you next week, everyone.
Week, guys.
Night, everyone.
Night.